I just had a thought, like, Power Wash Sim has no background music, does it? So it's just gonna be like total silence. Maybe I should find some like background music or something. Probably should. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's just look for in the options menu. Just gonna look for uh copyright free uh background music. Let me see. 12 hours of free background music. Let me see. Actually, me. I probably should have tested this beforehand. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna hope it's fine. All right, good enough. Hopefully, I think I did all my promos and stuff. Anyway, so I got Power Wash Sim for my birthday, and and I thought, what better way to spend my birthday than doing absolutely nothing? That's the ideal. That's an adult birthday, doing absolutely nothing all day. Uh, it's probably DLC. What I'm looking for is, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to unmute my desktop audio. So my incredibly quiet background music. I was looking for. I know this is Mars Rover because the first time I ever saw Power Wash Sim, I saw Markiplier play it, and the first thing he did, I think, was the Mars Rover. So why not do that too? I'm pretty sure it doesn't let you have like advanced tools anyway, so better do it early so I don't get too used to having advanced tools and then be forced down to the basics afterwards. So, let me let me yeah, I just wanted to like test my background music. Uh, let's see. I think my favorite nozzle would probably be the yellow nozzle. Either that or like the green. I don't know. So I know the red is like super firm and like pinpoint. Mars Astro Washer. We're extremely grateful you took the time to come all the way out here. Okay, last time I remember seeing Markiplier do this, I didn't know there was like dialogue for it. My liquid oxygen reserves have been carefully calibrated to last precisely as long as the mission, so do not concern yourself with the time constraints. Wait, they're low gravity too. Tab show there. Oh yeah. I think I saw Markiplier do that once. And he decided against it because he thinks this is cheating, but I think I'm probably gonna abuse this thing. I know it shows you a time lapse of like you cleaning it afterwards, and I hope it doesn't show like me pressing tab, because I think I saw somebody do that once, and like the thing was just flashing orange like the whole time, every half second. And it was just a pain to watch. If they had that, maybe I hope they removed it, because that would probably hurt your eyes. Yeah. I was wondering, does it show in the time lapse afterward? Because I know you get a time lapse after. Let me turn up my audio a little bit. Because I think I saw somebody like play this, and they abused the tab button, and it showed in the time lapse. But I think they removed it. I hope they did. I think Markiplier playing this was kind of the reason Power Wash Simulator blew up. Because from what I understand, or from what I gather, it seemed to be just like some small game somebody made. You know, it's just made it for fun. And then Markiplier picked it up because he saw and recognized the satisfying nature of power washing. So he made a video of it, and like people watched it because like it's Markiplier, and everyone agreed it's really satisfying. It's a great game. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, this game had like a ton of publicity, and everyone loved it. Sometimes I wonder what would happen to this game if it hadn't blown up. What happens to a lot of things if they don't blow up? What happens if they do blow up? What would have happened to the world if Skibidi Toilet never existed? That was 20% completed. Oh, let's some 20% done. Granted, I'm aware that Skibidi Toilet is like, I don't know, a meme for young people. I've never seen Skibidi Toilet. I know nothing about it. An exploratory rover has been contaminated with a dangerous substance. Just dirt? Actually, wait. I thought there was like an option to show the breakdown of the dirt you're looking at. Dirt details. Crosshair dirt details. Yeah, is that it? I'm pressing escape. What does it want me to do? Is someone click the messages? Yeah. I thought there was like, oh, no terraforming or colonialization can take place until you've eradicated the threat. The future of humanity's expansion through the solar system rests in your capable hands. I thought there was an option to like, I look at something and then it shows like, this is like 60% dirt, 40% rust, like 1% oil or something. I thought there was an option for that. Maybe like I'll find it later, or what's washing mode standard? Legacy. I might try that later. Whatever. I can run too. Or did the game tell me I can press shift to run? Because like, it told me I could press space to jump, which I think is, you know, pretty common knowledge. Actually, what's more common knowledge? Pressing space to jump or pressing shift to run? I wonder what's more well known. I feel like it would probably be pressing space to jump, because I think that was a thing long before pressing shift to run was a thing. Although I think there are a lot of games that have jump down to another key, which I guess if you grew up like that, you get used to it, but I personally don't really get it. Like, whatever game, especially platformers I play, I always make sure my jump is bound to spacebar. Controls run. Oh yeah. Well, something you press with like your pinky or something. It's either shift to control or I don't know. Or actually, right click as well. Because I used to play Genshin Impact, and now I'm in the Honkai Star Rail grind. And in that game, you can press shift to run, but you can also press right click to toggle running, which is really convenient. I think more games should adopt that. Because you pretty much like always want to be running, and so you should probably have it on something that's really easy to reach and press. The substance itself is an extraordinarily powerful psychoactive chemical. Well, I wish I could identify it by looking at it, but it's not giving me the thing. Can I like put away this tutorial thing? Because I know I have to like. I can press escape to open the tab. General? Can I like... Oh, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, Stardew Valley is saying that. I think the way it works in Stardew Valley is like, it inverts it, so you run by default and then you press shift to like walk slowly. Yeah. I used to play like Stardew Valley like back in the day. It was like originally I played it on like Steam Family Share because my sister had it, and well, she was busy a lot of times, so like she just let me like play it on the Family Share. So I did. That's where I made most of my progress. And then like my sister moved out and like the Family Share expired or something, I don't know. Maybe it got taken off of it. And I can't really be bothered to like ask her for it again, so like I just left it. And I didn't play it for like 2 or 3 years. And then like someone gave it to me like as a gift. Like for, I don't know, Christmas or for my birthday or something. Yeah, and I still had all my progress. I still had all like the Steam achievements too, which is really great. Because on my original save, I beat both of the arcade games, which I'm really proud of, because those arcade games are hard. Especially the Junimo Kart one, like before they updated it and revamped it to make it more fun and easy. I beat OG Junimo Kart. Yeah, I'm a real gamer. Yeah, yeah. I beat them before like they made them easier. Like Journey of the Prairie King, like now they added it so you can save, and like what you do now is like you play a level and then you go to sleep the next day. And then it saves. So then if you like die the next day, you just reload your save and you can continue. Yeah, I didn't have that. I literally had to beat the whole thing in one sitting. Like one run. I'm a gamer. Yeah. And of course, like in the natural progression, you move to like mods and stuff. So I played a bunch of Stardew Valley mods too, and I'm kind of like too used to them now. Cause like I think there was a mod that added an item, like gave you +2 speed instead of +1 for coffee, and it lasted the whole day. So like I just had a bunch of those, and like I can't go back anymore. So used to it. My O2 levels are 60% depleted now. It's gonna give me another message. We have no idea if the substance itself is terrestrial or alien origin. Yeah. I think getting mods is like sort of the natural progression of liking a game. Because you like a game, you play it vanilla, you beat it maybe once or twice, and then you get mods because you still love the game and you want a fresh experience. I did that with Hollow Knight. In a previous outbreak, one of our colonies reorganized itself to a hierarchy determined solely by the skills, capability, and personality of the individuals. Terrifying. Yeah. Well, one of my first, well, there are a lot of games that like I've played and modded, but Hollow Knight was like definitely one of them. Because Hollow Knight was one of like, it was the first game I streamed, and like when I first started, I was a Hollow Knight guy because Silk Song. I'm waiting for Silk Song, so I thought I might as well like try and build a Hollow Knight like audience. In theory, that's what the plan was. Yeah. I did like a bunch of randomized and challenge runs too. But lately, I think I'm taking a break from Hollow Knight because I tried to go back because I looked at the mod menu and like I saw some stuff that sounded cool. Like there was this mod called Glimmering Realm, and on the description it said like it's a whole new game. Like they built a whole new world, nothing's the same, and they pride themselves on having no map. They call it a feature to have to explore yourself or make your own map. And I have a really bad sense of direction, okay? So that was pretty daunting, but a new experience, I'll give it a shot. So I went in there, and the first thing I noticed, it's the same game. Like it's like identical. Like you spawn in the same place. Okay, like maybe the new stuff is later in. So I played through the game and like, okay, I noticed there were some changes. Not necessarily good changes, but I'm 80% done. What's this message gonna be? I think my main complaint, like that Glimmering Realm Hollow Knight mod, was that basically they took the game and they made it smaller and worse. We have noticed footprints leading away from the rower that may or may not be human. Please investigate it to ensure all contaminant has been dealt with. That's probably not. That's probably just flavor text, but I'll like check it out when I'm nearly done. Yeah, like I want to be nice about it. It's like, oh, like yeah, maybe it's like part of the experience, but like in reality, they were probably just lazy and they couldn't like actually be bothered to make a map, and they just called it a feature. It's not a bug; it's a feature. Yeah. So basically, I noticed like the game was like the same but smaller and worse. Because like I go to like the town which is right in front of you, and I noticed uh the first place you're supposed to go is blocked off, so you can't go there. So I thought, okay, I guess I have to do something new now. Like, right. So I walk to the right, which normally there's just like a wall and stuff. So I go there. There's no wall. In fact, it's a transition from town, which is like in the middle of the map, to the left side of the map. Like the same map, they just shuffled it around. So I thought, it's gonna be one. So this is what they meant by New World. They just took every map and shuffled them around. And as someone who like knows Hollow Knight really well and knows where like everything is, like by default, that was hard to wrap my head around. Yeah. I'm missing 12% somewhere. Oh, Mystery Hatch. Oh. Oh, that's the thing. Well, I forgot about this thing. So I guess that thing wasn't just flavor text. Yeah, this thing seems to be more grimy than the rest. I want to pick up the... There. I like rotate them. And let me just shove this guy in, like inside like the in the solar panels. Close enough. Oh, it shows my character too. And like some floating white arms. Wow. Wow. I think that's new. Anyway, I should probably actually do like the story. The van. Where all dreams are made. Let me see. Great news, finally found a van for you at the auctions under your budget. Don't freak out when you see it. It looks like it's just been dredged from the bottom of a lake, but that's a good thing. It meant no one else bid on it. They missed out. Underneath that hideous layer of gunk is your perfect workhorse. Engine a dream, no rust. There's even equipment in the back. Just needs a good hosing down, you're in business. You'll certainly earn your pressure washing stripes getting this thing clean. Well, certainly seems like a bit of a downgrade going from washing the Mars rover to washing a shabby van. But we all gotta start somewhere. I mean, I went to work in software engineering, and my chances of getting another job in there, in that field, are pretty low actually, because it's really like competitive and stuff. Try like the green nozzle. Hubcap. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder, like... See, I did study software engineering, but sometimes I wonder if like that was the right thing. Because the thing is, ironically, I actually don't like programming. Like, I can do it. If I was offered a position, like a software engineering position, I'd take it. I can do the job, it's work, and I'll do the work. But I don't. The thing is, I don't do it in like my free time, which is problematic because a programmer that doesn't have a personal project is like an artist with no portfolio. It's like, first of all, it looks really bad because everybody else has a portfolio, so that's already a disadvantage. Also, I don't really like how competitive it is. Like, I feel like what's happened is that, like, programming has kind of become an oversaturated field. Because, like, back in the day, like, you know, back in the pioneer days or whatever, people just told you, oh, go to college, get something, get some degree or something, and then you'll be fine, right? And then so people did that, and then what started to happen was, you know, everybody, like, got a higher education, and then nobody was special anymore because everyone had one. And now, if you don't have one, you look bad. So the bar has been raised for like no benefit. And then in more recent time, what's happened, I think, is like everyone saw the rise of technology and everyone's like, oh, you gotta go into a tech field. It's the next big thing. And so everybody went into a tech field. And now nobody's special anymore. Like, at least that's what I feel. I think also in the like the field of programming, you see a lot of like child prodigies and absolutely insane people. Like you get 10-year-olds making neural networks, Like you hear about it all the time. I saw it happen because when I was in high school doing like some introductory programming stuff, there was just one kid in my class, and like so one of our like final projects was to make like a free project of our choice, and the teacher gave examples of what you can make. You can make like you can make a calculator, or you can make I don't know, uh, a sliding image puzzle that you could like slide images or something like that. Like really basic things. And this kid made a neural network to simulate the evolution of the storage of memory. Like that thing has real world applications. You could take that thing and sell it. And it may just very well like discover a new way to store like data more efficiently. And this was like in grade 10 or something. He's probably like, I don't know, 16 years old or something. And he made that. And I'm there thinking like, bro, leave some I'm just trying to chill. I'm not trying to like, like take over the world or something. And so I made like a little phone app. Like I basically made like a basic Twitter. Like you make a profile, you put a profile picture, and then you make posts, stuff like that. That's what I made with like my team and stuff. And in the end, it didn't work because it was like too complex, but the point of the project was to try something. There's this removals van outside my nightmare neighbor's place. They're finally going. Whoever moves in there is gonna need a quality pressure washer. I guess that's the second level. I think the second level is like the garden, right? The back garden. Like I have some comments about that level, but I'll get in there once I get there. Which should probably be soon, because this is the first level and it's probably not gonna take that long. I'm already like more than halfway done. Yeah, so my project didn't work, but that was fine because the point of it was to try something. And especially in the early stages of learning programming, that's the whole point. Doesn't matter if you make something that works or not, if you succeed, you just try something. And that's what the point is. Which I think is really wholesome and great. I love that. I love that method of thinking. And I wish it remained for like, you know, college level stuff. High school stuff, like just try it, explore, make it work, and then you get the grade. College and above, it's like it's not about experimentation anymore. It's about making something that works. It's about being professional. And so back in the day, well, for dialogue, you gonna go with that business name, or do you need me to think of something up? I'm phenomenal. I thought of grounding Thomas for that Tyler, and she's never looked back. Yeah. So back in the day, if you had asked me back, oh, more dialogue. On reflection, Bonnie Tyler might have been a better fit. So if you'd asked me back then, like what I liked about programming, I would have told you the thing I liked about programming back then was that you could use any tool you wanted to solve a problem. You could solve a problem any way you wanted. It's not like math where you have to do it a certain way or use a certain method or technique. Because I tried that in math before, like, oh, I solved the problem using this method, and I would get a 0 because I didn't use the method I was supposed to, and it didn't count. I thought that was really, like, infuriating. But in programming, it's like, whatever resource you have, you can use. Like, Google it, ask your friend, like, read a book. If it works, it works. That's what I liked about it, the freedom of solving problems your own way. Why is it telling me to press escape to open my tablet? I already know how to open my tablet. I guess I'm just gonna have to live with that for like forever. I wonder if it would like if it'll go away if I restart the game. I might try that after I finish up this one. Bumper. Where's so like the back doors? Oh, it's like these. I could switch nozzles and this would probably go a lot faster, but I gotta go green. Okay. It's just the extraordinary Dr. Power Wash. I got your details from your friend, Harper. I could really go up. I think I can go. Let's get that. Hydrate for a second. Okay. Band looks fantastic. Told you'd be fine under the grind. I've pinned you the $100 left over from what you gave me. So that should help you get you off the ground. Also, just met my new neighbor over the fence, grumbling about his dirty backyard, and told him to give you a shout. Looks like you've got your first customer. Other thing like I got. Alright. Anyway. So, I'm gonna try, like, restarting the game and hope that that gets rid of the tutorial. So, just give me like 30 seconds. Wait for it to sync with the cloud. Ah. It's taking a bit longer than that. Okay, there we go. I probably could have like started again while it was syncing to the cloud, but I didn't really want to give it problems. So hopefully that gets rid of the tutorial thing. Continue. Back garden. Hey Doc, hope you like the challenge, because I'm pretty sure I got the dirtiest backyard you've ever seen. I mean that grass is pristine, my man. Like whoever does the lawn work is doing a great job. That's not me bragging, by the way. It had nothing to do with it. I've just moved back to town for a bit to help my folks, who are both down to the last knee, and rented what I thought was a great little place. Should have questioned why there weren't any garden pigs in the ad. They must have bred rhinos in here or something. Anyway, my girls are itching to get out there, and I don't want them still itching when they get back inside. So please do your thing. Thanks a lot. Cal. So hopefully, it. So hopefully they believe me when I say I know how to open the tablet now. Can I get rid of that? Yeah, there we go. And now it's showing the thing. So I can get rid of that thing. Actually, so can I like disable the tutorial or something? Let me look it up quickly. Power wash simulator. Disable tutorial. Yeah, open close tablet prompt won't go away. See? Okay, let me try that a second. So maybe I like spam open oh even E. Oh. That's why we have the internet. Perfect. So I have no extensions. Okay. So I want to ride my bicycle. I want to scout out the place first. So let me see. The store. Power washer. So how much for the next power washer? Maybe 15 stars, $900. Alright. I think I'll save up for this thing. I was considering buying some like extensions and stuff. Just like, you know, pretty cheap actually. It's fairly cheap. It's like a $15, a 25, and a 50. I think I'll wait. Because I usually, well, I like to try out the longer extensions, but I think I have to buy them. So whatever. Okay, so I was looking at the Steam achievements for this level. I mean, like, in general, I mean. And for this level in particular, I noticed there was an achievement for doing the stepping stones first. So I guess I'm gonna do that. Funnily enough, my first girlfriend, Florine Perez, used to live here back in the day. Those were good times. Anyway, the thing I want to like comment about this level is that whenever I see like somebody playing Power Wash Sim, like a VTuber or a YouTuber or streamer or whatever creator, like it's always this particular level. And like there's probably a good reason for that, and I'll explain that soon. But like I feel like this right here is the iconic level you see everyone play. Because of course, Markiplier being I think the person who I believe like made this game blow up. Of course he played this because like he played the game and just, like recorded the whole thing. And that's cool. And like another YouTuber I watch, RT Game, he played Power Wash Sim for a bit, and well, this was a really big part of it because the thumbnail was on this, like all that. And then a little like while ago, I was watching Gold Bullet of Hollow Stars English play Power Wash Sim, and like he was on this level. I came into the stream, he was on this level. He finished this level and then he ended the stream. So this is the iconic level, I believe. There's probably a reason for that though. And that reason being like this is the second level, so it's pretty quick to get to. Like the first level, like it's basically the tutorial. You clean the van, get started. It takes a few minutes because it's pretty short. This level is comparatively pretty long. You got the achievement, first steps. Background, complete all 12 stepping stones first. So that makes sense. I think, like, what's the total cost for this thing? It's like 450. I think that's a pretty big job. So naturally, it's probably going to be one of the bigger jobs. I think it's a little bit bold to like make you do a big job like so early when you start, but I think it could also be a good move. Like, give you a good taste of the game. Like, hey, you boot up the game. Here, clean this van. It's gonna take you like 5 minutes or something. And then great, you clean the van. And then you move on to this level, which is a pretty big level. Like, oh, you cleaned the van, and now here's something a little bit bigger. You know, really gets you zoned out for like half an hour, like 20 minutes at least. Actually, I wonder if there's like a time trial for this. There probably is. Like, I think I saw challenge mode. Like, surely they have like a speedrun timer in challenge mode or something. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder how much water you use. Because, like, I think I did title the stream something like, farming my IRL water bill, which is a joke, and you should be thankful you don't live with me, because my water bill is pretty high. Because when I shower, you think, okay, I take long showers, and you would think that it's because I do something, like, in the shower. But in actuality, I literally just dissociate in the shower for, like, minimum half an hour. Like, so, yeah, that's why it takes so long. Actually, I really like the sound of water. Sometimes when I'm like dissociating in the shower, like I just put my ear to like the shower wall or something, and I just hear and listen to the water flow through the pipes through the walls. I really like that sound. I like water. Oh, it's almost like I can't live without water. I hope nobody minds me like spamming tab all the time. It's like I don't see a lot of people do it. Like most people, they just like clean this whole thing like slowly one by one. Some people swear off of using tab because they feel like it's cheating. I'm looking at you, Markiplier, but I use it like liberally. Maybe it's because I have like a lot of roots in speedrunning and doing things efficiently. So like I use whatever tools I'm given. Except for soap. I will never use soap in this game because I feel like soap is cheating. I feel like soap goes against the point of what Power Wash Simulator is. So I guess I'm kind of weird like that too. And then there's like Markiplier who I don't remember if it was Markiplier, but like I think Markiplier swore off soap as well, but maybe he tried it a little bit. Cause I remember seeing this game like blow up all those years ago, and like some people like get addicted to soap. Like what would happen is they buy soap. They buy like 1 liter of soap and they use it, it cleans everything instantly. And then they run out and it's like, oh, I need more soap. And then they buy more soap. And then they clean some more stuff, like instantly. And then they run out again. And then I remember like in the devlog, the devs mentioned a problem they called soap debt. And that's a problem where like people buy so much soap that they spend all their money and they can't actually afford new equipment, which is a problem. So that's why they now added like a limit. It's like you can only buy this many soap like at this point in the game. So it limits how much soap you can buy at once. However, I do have questions like about that. Does it ever restock? Or is it like you get this much soap for the entire game and that's it? Because if soap is truly limited like that, then I feel like that's kind of a questionable decision. I'm going to assume it's not limited, like it is renewable, because I feel like it really should be. So, yeah, especially since I think you can like farm money technically. I think if you revisit and redo a job again, you get like a percentage of the money, like a fraction of the money you normally get. So it is technically farmable. So that's good. Yeah. I've been interested in this game for like a long time. Like ever since it came out, ever since I saw Markiplier play it, I thought like, wow, I want to do that too someday. And for a long time, the opportunity to play it never really came up. So like, well, I kept up with like the development for a while because I was interested. And then after a while, I was like, I gotta move on to better things. So I kind of did. Like I was still interested in the game, but I didn't really like read every devlog and like read the news about it and stuff. So that's kind of why I know so much about the game already. Also, if you knew me in real life, if you knew me personally, I'm just that kind of person. I get into a game, then like, I sweat, for lack of a better term, because that is literally the term. I sweat. I sweat everything because I'm a gamer, but also because I have anxiety. And that's really good for sweating at every little thing. I feel like I feel like I'm obliged to like whip out some like life stories as I do this level, because that's what I always see. Like people play this level and then they whip out some like really like deep life stories or something, some really big anecdotes. And then like I remember like so I watched the Gold Bullet of Hollow Stars English play this level, and he talked about the story about when he was a kid and he had this pool in his backyard. And like one day he was a little kid and he thought to himself, well, oh, I want to get into the pool at like 6 a.m. in the morning. And he knew like his parents wouldn't be happy about that, so he had to like sneak out. He went to like skinny dipping in his own backyard pool at 6 a.m. in the morning. And then like he had a neighbor's house that was like old and like decrepit and abandoned. And I think like he like threw a ball over the fence or something and he wanted to go get it. So went over to go get it at 6 a.m. in the morning, stark naked as a kid, because that's what you do. And like he looked over and he saw like this woman like in the window, like sitting in a rocking chair knitting. And like what he did was like he like knocked on the window and he waved at this woman. And like he thought to himself at the time, like, oh, that's a really wholesome experience. I didn't know he had neighbors. And then like I think like for a long time that was it, like just did that. And then years later he commented about that, like, hey, whatever happened to like those neighbors that we used to have? And then his parents were like, what do you mean? We never had neighbors. That house next to us was like really old and decrepit and abandoned. Like the windows were all boarded up, it was all falling apart and stuff. And it was that moment, like Gold Bullet realized, like he now had a ghost story. Which, wow. I think, like, he said that he told his parents, like, what he saw, and his parents thought he was, like, crazy. He was just a hallucinating kid because, from what I have gathered, he seemed to be a time when he was a child, for lack of a better term. You know, what if I just like told all the gold bullet stories while I do this? I'm telling other people's stories. Wow, I'm stealing Vier's job. I'm gonna be a narrator. Oh, new job available. What's up? Do you do bikes? I could do with someone running their thing over my deadbeat dirt bike. Oh, the dirt bike. Oh, the new message too. Florine and I would climb up and down that rock garden all day, pretending we were on rumbling Mount Rushless, and the pond was the crater. Okay. Ah, I see. I have no idea how we explain the fish being there, though. To be a child again and have imagination. I have a lot of, like, stories of my childhood. Also, 1 second. Gonna hydrate. 1 sec. I feel like really nasally today. Maybe it's because I have, like, just a nasally voice. 'Cause I think I do. So I've heard it's a fact that pretty much everyone hates the sound of their own voice, and that includes me. I kind of got over it because, you know, streaming and stuff. But so I feel like I sound like Anna Alouette from the Jusanji Etheria. Because Enna is known for having like a really nasally voice, and okay, so for me, I appreciate that thing because I like that voice in her because it makes me feel like, oh, I'm not alone. Like I can have a nasally voice and still like be an interesting like person people want to be around. But I listen to my own voice and I'm like, oh no, I don't like this. No one's gonna like this. And it got me thinking about criticizing criticizing yourself for qualities you like in other people. And I've been thinking about the logistics of that. Would you criticize yourself for having a quality that you like in other people? Because I feel like that sounds a little silly, doesn't it? Because if you like that quality, why wouldn't you like it in other people? And it got me thinking, because I think a lot. I don't remember what it got me thinking about, but it got me thinking. Yeah, I think kind of like how it's kind of like having the trait being clumsy, because like contrary to popular belief or what you might think, clumsiness is a desirable trait. It's a desirable trait to see in other people, but not see in yourself. The reason for that is because if you're clumsy and like, you know, make a mistake or trip up or whatever, it gives other people an excuse to come help you. It gives you like an easy ticket for people to talk to you and meet new people. And like, it's also endearing. Like, me, when I realized that it's probably like more likable to be really bad at a game than it is to be really good at a game, because if you're really bad at a game, then what happens is like people who are good at the game flock to you and they talk to you, they tell you about their favorite game, they tell you everything about it, and like they help you and guide you through it. And I've seen this happen because I watched Loon play Dark Souls twice per stream. Like, I feel like I've done like over 100 Dark Souls highlights by now, and doing that Lethal Company New Year's highlight was a breath of fresh air. It was so nice to not have to do Dark Souls for like the 50th time in a row. If you, by the way, Loon, if you're here, I do this willingly. Like, it is nice to have a change, but I will continue to do the Dark Souls things. Yeah. Yeah, so Loon, like, is self-described as not good at Dark Souls, and like in Loon's own words, she's really good at like seeming scared of people. So when people like invade her, like she's really scared, and she pulls off the look really well. Loon really does a good job of looking like they're in terror and completely helpless. And then what usually happens is like the invader like I don't know, they start acting nice. Like they give a bunch of free stuff out. They come up to the stream, show up to stream and chat, and then they talk and give advice. And everyone comes together to guide this lost soul. And all in all, it's a really endearing experience to see. Like I love seeing professionals come together and guide a newcomer like in their favorite game. So there's that. And then on the flip side, if you're really good at the game, well, best case scenario, people will just look at you and be like, wow, this person is really good. And then, like, they leave or something. Worst case scenario is, like, maybe, like, they'll feel like they can't approach you because you're too high up there, and then, like, you've lost an opportunity to meet someone new. Or, another worst case scenario, people will try and talk to you because they want to kick your ass. So yeah, imagine if Hollow Knight had like rating and stuff. I get like so many people trying to kick my ass, like so many comparatively, because like no one knows me anyway. Like anyone who like might stumble across my Hollow Knight stream, they think like, oh, I could get this guy, I could stream snipe this guy, and then what they would probably do is they come into my stream, like kick my ass live on air, and then like feel very proud about it. Patio. There we go. Look at the umbrella. I had a thought a long time ago about the Power Wash Simulator. I had this like really bad idea about it, and that idea was, what if like dirt trickled down? Like if you wash something up high, like up low, down low, I mean, and do something higher up, the dirt will like trickle down and like re-dirtify the stuff you already cleaned. It's like that would probably be realistic, but it would probably be really annoying. It'll make the game worse. What if Power Wash Simulator was Dark Souls? I feel like if that was the case, if there was some mod or something like that, that would probably be what it is. Actually, if for example there was like a Power Wash Simulator Kaizo Power Wash Simulator, what would it be like? So that thing I just mentioned would probably be like that. Like dirt would like leak down, trickle down, and re-dirtify stuff. What if like when you stepped in like the dirt and like stepping clean ground, you would leave footsteps that you had to clean. There's that too. And also, what about if you had to pay for your water? So like every few liters of water cost like $10 or something. So you have to be smart. I think I've seen somebody do like the power, I mean the water saving challenge, and they was just like do a little clicks like that, which smart. I'm probably going to like try the water saving challenge at some point, and it's just gonna be like and it's gonna take like twice as long to do it, like probably 4 times as long actually, because that's like way slower than just like letting your hose run. Hose wild. Hose wild, hose mad. So I was talking earlier about the Gold Bullet's ghost story about when he was a kid. And when I saw that stream, when I heard him tell that story, I thought to myself, like, huh, I wonder if I have a ghost story. And I do. I have a few, actually. But, most of them are, like, just me hallucinating, like, me seeing things. But I do have one, like, example, one story that I have no idea what happened. And, for the most part, I just never told anybody. So I thought, like, you know what? I'm not gonna question what happened. I'm just gonna accept it. Because, you know, part of me, like, doesn't really care. It's like, you know, whatever, that happened. That was weird, but... eh. Whatever. I just went about my day. But... what happened was, like... this was like right after like somebody in my family passed away, so like, you know, it was around like the funeral business and stuff, and I was home alone like in like late afternoon, and it was a stormy late afternoon, like rainy, heavy rain, heavy wind, a little bit of thunder and lightning, and I was just chilling in my living room, and like outside my window to my backyard there's just like this like loud banging, and I knew what it was. Like So in my backyard on my deck, I had this like little shed. Like it was just like a couple like office cubicle dividers like stacked up, and like they put a metal sheet over it, and like that was a shed. And we had this like metal cable that we kind of used like tie things up, but it wasn't being used at the time, so it was just like half tied up around like the shed handle, and it was blowing around in the wind, like scraping everything, like causing like a loud sound or whatever. And I thought like, man, if only somebody would like, tie that up or something, because one, well, it's probably damaging whatever it's scratching. And two, it would be nice to not have like ominous banging like every like 2 seconds. And then I looked away for like 5 seconds, and like the banging stopped. And I look back, and all that cable is I was previously blowing wild in the wind was now completely neatly wrapped around and tied up around the shed handle. And the wind could not have done that. That could not have happened by chance. Absolutely not. I have no idea what happened, and for the most part, I never questioned it. And still, I kind of don't question it, but I'm kind of curious. How did that happen? Like, okay, like if I talk about ghost stories, I should probably preface like or discuss like, do I believe in ghosts? And the answer to that is yeah. The short answer is yeah. The long answer is, well, it depends what you define as a ghost. Depends what a ghost is. But basically, yeah, I believe it. I believe in ghosts in the same way like I believe in like, I don't know, God or something. Like, sure, they're probably there. I don't know. I'm not gonna do anything about it, but I guess they're a thing. Yeah. Also, I think just believing it and it gives your life a little bit more spice and flair, you know? Instead of being like a skeptical man of science forever. Sometimes I feel like science is great and all, but I feel like it took the magic out of life. Because things happen like, oh, you had alchemists back in the day turning lead into gold, and it was like magic. But in actuality, it's science. Like you can do that. It's because like I don't know, the elements are really close to gold, and if you like adjust some like protons or electrons, you could make gold. So okay, science. And then like I probably have more examples, but I don't remember them at the moment. Between this chair, I got that chair. You know what? I think I would say I believe in magic. I believe in magic in like up to the maximum amount I can without sounding crazy. Because I just want to believe that there's something special, you know? Maybe when I was a kid, I really was crazy. Like, I was like, I believed I was all magical and stuff. I used to believe that everybody was magical in some way. And I guess you could still say that and have it be, like, true. Oh, got your message. Hey, Doc bumped into the park warden. He definitely needs your help. Oh, it's just one message. Yeah. I guess I could still say that everybody's magic in their own little way, and, like, I would mean it in a different way than before, partially, but it would make sense. You could totally say that and, like, not sound crazy. If anything, you'd probably sound like, you know, I don't know, a hippie. Maybe it's cliche. Because, oh, everybody's special, everyone's, you know, everyone has their own, like, quirks and abilities that no one else has. Which I feel is really cliche to say, because it definitely is. I feel like so many people say that. I feel like that's been said so often that it's kind of lost its meaning. And I believe it. Like, I also believe that. Because I think the problem with that is people say it just for the sake of saying it, and, like, they don't even think about it. They say it to, like, dismiss somebody's feelings of, like, inadequacy, and that doesn't help anybody. So, one thing I firmly believe is that you should say things like deliberately and mean them, not just like as a default response, like, oh, everybody's special, uh, you matter and stuff. Like, I encourage people to put real thought into what they say. I think the world would be a better place if people did that. I think we as a society would be so much more advanced if people did that, if that was a norm for people to do. I think maybe you could call the problem being something like evolving for autopilot. Because I think it's so common nowadays to just live life on autopilot. You just do whatever and not even think consciously about what you do. It's us. Yeah. Although, I would tell people like my stance on that, but I think that it's kind of difficult to say that in a casual conversation because I think the only way to effectively communicate what I think on that regard is to like communicate it really strongly. But you can't really do that in a casual conversation, or people are gonna think like you're like, I don't know, mad or something. Which, like, they'll probably define it as mad because they don't really have a good word on hand to say otherwise. Like, maybe you could say passionate or feeling strongly about it. I've got the doghouse. I've got the doghouse. Do they even have a dog, or does it just come with the house? I wonder. If you were buying a house, and then like the real estate agent said like, "Oh, you get a free doghouse too," would that be like a good selling point? Like you buy a house and it's like, "Oh, if you buy this house, I'll give you a bag of chips," which I guess people do sometimes. It's like I think I've watched like I watched people talk to some real estate agents on YouTube, and people are saying like, "Oh, like, how do you sell houses? Like, what's the process?" And it's like, "What's the weirdest offer you got for a house?" And like the real estate agent was like, "The weirdest offer I got for a house was like, the buyer was like, I'll buy this house if you give me your gold necklace right now." And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, sure, deal. I'll give you my necklace." And he did, and he sold the house like that. So I guess anything goes, really. If there's anything, actually, if there's anything to take away from that interaction that I witnessed, it's that, like, the world isn't black and white. There's always, like, something. There's always a way. There's always a solution you didn't think of, no matter what. Like, which I guess that's technically bribery, which is frowned upon by most larger societies. But I have my own policy on it, which is like, okay, so if anybody were to try and bribe me, my policy would be that they have to both bribe me and every other person who it would affect if I were to take the bribe. So if I was a security guard or something and somebody tried to bribe me like to let them in or something, what I would do is like I would tell like my team, it's like, hey, there's a guy here and he wants to pay like this amount of money for me to let him in. What do you guys think? What do you guys want? And the expectation, if they actually humor me, is like they'll name like a high price or something, every single one. And then what I'll do is I will sum up like everybody's demands, like maybe multiply it a little bit, and then offer it to the person who's trying to bribe. And if they take that deal, well, sure, I'll dish out the money to everybody, and then why not? If they don't take the deal, well, they can go home. And if I were to tell that to people, they'd probably think like, oh, you shouldn't do that, you should never do that, but the whole point of what I just said is a joke. Like, I don't know if you caught that, but if somebody were to bribe me, I would tell everybody that somebody tried to bribe me, and I would give everyone an opportunity to clown on this guy for thinking they could do that. I mean, if someone offered me like $1 million in exchange for me giving them like, I don't know, a blank piece of paper, I mean, why not? Sounds like a pretty good deal. A blank piece of paper that I have confirmed and checked that is in fact blank, and that I do not suspect contains anything of significance, not even DNA, not like invisible ink traces or anything, no on-paper stenography. Because I've seen like the security field a lot, and I definitely have a lot of opinions about the security field. One thing I don't like about security is that I don't like talking about security because I feel like talking about security it's bad for your mental health. One. Two, I feel like talking about security is bad for security. Because like if you say like, oh, I'm really secure, I have these measures in place to ensure that I'm secure. A malicious person could be like, oh, okay, this person has these measures in place, so they can like work around that. Let's say, for example, you say like, oh, you use like this security system, and then the malicious person hears that and it's like, oh, okay, they use this system, and then they can go and check to see if that system has any vulnerabilities or breaches. And if there are any, well, that's game over pretty much. If they hadn't said anything, they would have been safer than if they bragged about how safe they were. Also, what I don't like about security is that like there is no friendship in security at all. Like in security, you have to assume and treat everybody like as an enemy. Which is why I say it's bad for your mental health. Like if you view everyone as an enemy, that can't possibly be good for your mental health. And in fact, I'm pretty sure it really isn't. Yeah. Only like 58% done. Yeah. Also, welcome back. I was just cleaning like the garden and talking about ghost stories and stuff. for a while, I've been wondering like what kind of games I should play on stream, and the simple answer is I'd hope to play a game that like is really easy to talk about, like or talk during. And I feel like Power Wash Simulator hits the mark perfectly. Because I'd be playing games like Hollow Knight and stuff, and I'd be playing through the game, as I do, and it would just be silent because I don't know what to say. Like I'd have to focus on the game, so it's not good for commentary. But I feel like Power Wash Sim is a really great game for just chilling. I think Power Wash Sim is a really like perfect game for Zatsudans. Yeah, yeah. I wonder what this must look like crawling around in the flower beds. Oh, new job. Is the Dirt Finder General? Got your details from a certain Harper Shaw, as there is an alleged dirt problem at the local playground. Ah, yes, the local playground. Some might dream RV at the auctions, all creamy like a toffee buy on wheels. At the local park. Ah, the local park. I'll just go to the local park and just... This is a joke. That I'm not gonna make. Not gonna finish. Yeah. Wouldn't know where the driver like it. Fortunately, it's sold for crazy amount, but the dream lives on. Yeah. I feel like if you play a game and stream it and you're not either a first timer or a professional, what can you really offer to that game? Because I feel like it's all first impressions and like professional gameplay. Maybe that's all there is. It's like, huh. Actually, that's a good thing to think about. Maybe for, actually, maybe for fun. I guess that's technically like a cop-out answer. But I'm thinking like, let's say for example you really like a game, but you're not good at it, but you play it anyway. Yeah, actually, okay. So if you play a game and stream it for fun, like it's not a blind run and you're not professional, if you play for fun, I hope you're entertaining. Because like I used to watch this YouTuber who played Hitman like all the time. Were they good at Hitman? Absolutely not. They were terrible at Hitman. They just like, shot people left and right and like get a score of 0. But they were entertaining, so it was okay. And them playing Hitman really badly, like, well, it was sort of like a hallmark in their career. So yeah. So maybe it's like you either gotta be a professional, a first timer, or you need to be entertaining and have an idea. Because this guy was RT Game, and you may or may not have heard because I think he went viral for like a while. So he had a stream where he wanted to kill every single person on the map, every single NPC, with a single explosive. So what he did was he knocked out every single NPC on a map on Sapienza, and he dragged them all into some butcher shop freezer. And that made the news. Like, news outlets covered that. It was great. Yeah, great idea. I mean, in practice, like, if you were there, yeah. If you were there, it might have been a boring stream, because that stream, like, just consisted of, like, dragging a body slowly across the entire map. Like, run across the map to get a body, pick them up, drag them slowly, like back to the freezer, and dragging one body would take like 4 minutes, and he did that like 200 times at least. So that's like 7 hours of just back and forth. So you better be entertaining if you're gonna do that, which he was. So it worked out. I think I also have Hitman. I considered like streaming Hitman as well. I'm not good at Hitman, so it might be funny. Like I know a few things, but I'm not a pro. Okay, so the way I play Hitman is like I sort of half try, like I try to remain stealthy, but like if somebody catches me, like whatever, I'm popping that guy and throwing him out the back. For me, like if I end my Hitman run with a score of more than 0, I consider that a success. Great success if I just get some points and don't get rid of them all. Origami, yeah. I haven't heard of that game. I might check it out actually. Yeah. So back before I like started streaming on Twitch, I would just be in like this Discord server with some friends, and like this friend who like bought me Hitman 3 and like all the DLC and stuff. And they were a professional on the game. Like they knew everything. They're really good at it. Knew all the strats and stuff. And I would just stream it to them, and they would see me like experience the game for the first time. You know, see what I do, see what I think. And of course, I always wear the clown suit. The clown suit is a staple. If you play Hitman and you don't wear the clown suit, you're not enjoying the game to its fullest extent. That's what I believe. Yeah. I also had like a few funny moments. Like one time I was playing a level Hitman 3, and my target was like a guy who was repairing like a scooter or something. Yeah. So, and like he was alone and stuff, so it was good. So I walked up behind him, like I just like pulled out my SMG and like shot him with like 20 rounds in the back. And like a nearby like gas can exploded and killed him. And it counted as an accident kill because he died by the explosion. And like my friend commented like, "Oh yeah, accident kill. Never mind all the bullet holes." Yes, I did that, and then I walked past, like, mission accomplished. And I walk off like a badass. Except when I was shooting, like a couple shots missed and hit the scooter. Like as I was walking by, the scooter exploded and killed me as well. Like as I was walking away. And I really wish I could have gotten a clip of it, because that was like, I feel like that's a viral material right there. My hubris. I think it's because I shot a gas tank. Like I shot its gas tank and like the gas tank exploded or something. Or maybe it's because like the gas can exploded and it damaged and ignited the scooter. I don't know. I feel like Hitman is full of like funny occurrences and stuff. Just full of them. And I think it's designed to be that way too, because the devs of Hitman added a lot of jokes in that game. A lot of jokes and like funny little things that a professional player would never encounter. Like for example, I think okay, so like in the tutorial level Hitman 2, where like your target is like assassinate like a rich person who has like 20 bodyguards or something. And they give you like every weapon in the game, like shurikens, guns, bombs, everything, grenades. However, if you, on that level, if you kill every single one of the bodyguards, your target will run off into the sea and drown themselves. Which they knew. Like a great little detail. I think on another level, like you're in some rich mansion or something, and if you kill all the guards, like there are these suits of armor that are just decorative. But if you kill all the guards, those suits of armor come to life and they will hunt you down. And they're resistant to damage. Like they are killable, but they take a lot more like headshots than a normal guard. Yeah. I found that out because somebody on YouTube was doing like a kill everybody challenge and they picked that map. And they accidentally discovered that because they were killing everybody, they got rid of all the guards, and then the suits of armor came to life and like it posed a new problem. Like somebody probably knew about that, but he didn't know, and there was like a live genuine reaction. Yeah. I mean, if you were rich, wouldn't you buy like some magical stuff? What if magic is just for rich people? What if magic is just the rich man's science? What did you just notice that you haven't said? Oh yeah, thanks. It is my birthday today. Thank you. Yeah. My birthdays are usually like all quiet now. Maybe it's because I'm getting old. Because like I remember when you were a little kid, like you expect your birthdays to be like grand, big and stuff. Like you get a cake, maybe get some friends over. But as an adult, it's just like, I don't know. Someone says happy birthday to you and like that's it really. Maybe that's a sign of getting old. I think it's also like people don't really celebrate every single year. Like maybe like after you turn 20 or something, you celebrate like every like 5 or 10 years instead of every year. So like, I don't know if I'd ever do that. Because for a long time, most of my birthdays kind of like look the same now. It's just like, I wake up on my birthday and then it's just a normal day. It's a normal day except for the fact that, someone says happy birthday and that's it. Hydrate. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, when I was a kid in elementary school, it was really common for that, like, when it was some kid's birthday, that kid would, like, stay home and celebrate. And I thought, like, wow, I wish I could do that. And, like, I asked my parents, like, hey, could I stay home on my birthday and, like, chill? And they were like, no, why? You just gotta go to school. It's just, like, you celebrate later when you come back. So, I never got to do that. And I feel a little jealous. But I guess not super jealous, because... yeah. Because, like, even if I had stayed home, I don't know what I would have done. Like... I probably would have been happy, like, at the time as a kid, because, like, when you're a kid, like, the world is full of wonder, and, like, pretty much everything makes you happy. And now look at me, all old and decrepit. I've lost all my years. And all that. Back then, if I just stayed home, I probably would have literally just, I don't know, play games all day. Just like every other day. It'd be just like a weekend day. Okay, one time when I was a kid, I really liked SpongeBob when I was a kid. And one time my family made like a custom SpongeBob cake because I liked SpongeBob so much. And Like for a homemade custom cake, it was actually pretty well done. I don't know if I have a picture of it because it was like from, I don't know, 14 years ago or something. Probably more, probably longer. I have no idea. Like long time ago. It was actually really well done. I mean, funnily enough, I actually don't like cake. So if I ever got cake, it would literally just be for decorative purposes. Just so I could say like, hey, look, I got a fancy cake for my birthday. And like, I don't know, take pictures of it or something. And I wouldn't actually eat it. I stopped getting cake though because like, well, I don't eat it and it kind of just goes to waste. It'd probably be more worth it to just like like have a PNG of a cake. Yeah, if someone gave me a PNG of a cake, I would probably be like equally as happy as a real cake. Actually, I'm a VTuber. Why don't I just do that? Do I have a PNG of a cake? PNG. I don't know if I don't know if that does anything. Yeah. Okay, so in Twitch, I think if you type something like dot something, it shows up as a link, but that's probably nothing unless cake.png is a real thing, a real site. It couldn't be, could it? Yeah. Uh, yeah. Let me get a cake. Um, cake clip art. Cake clip art PNG. Uh, that's not a PNG. Okay, well, hmm, that's a fake PNG. I know one when I see one. I could get a wedding cake PNG. Let's see. That's not PNG. That's not a PNG. You know, what if I just not search for PNG? Because like the world is plagued by fake PNGs nowadays, and I feel like if you deliberately search for like something PNG, you're gonna get like specifically fake PNGs. You know, what if I just got a fake PNG anyway and like accepted the scuff? An ad, no worries. I'm still looking for a cake. Uh, you know, what if I got this? Please don't be a WebP. It's a JPEG, so okay. There. Let me add an image. Cake. Uh, let's go for everything to load now. Yeah, I was just looking for like a cake PNG or something, and I'm just putting it in now. This might not even be a PNG. This might just like have a white background. In which case, I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, I'm just gonna make that really small. Okay, maybe a little bigger. Yeah. I'll tell you what it is. Like, it's for me, it's fake PNGs and WebP files. Like fake PNGs, like it sucks that they exist, but I can recognize them when I see them. But like WebP files, like okay, I get it. WebP files are more efficient. The problem is nothing supports them. So like, if you want to have them, great. If you want to look at them, you, you got some problems. Yeah. So what I look for when I detect a fake PNG is like, so when you open up an image, it takes like a little second to load, right? So, and you know, like the mark of a PNG is to have like a little white and gray checkered background to show it's transparent, right? So, if while it's loading, it doesn't have that checkered background, and then when it loads, then it has the checkered background, that's a PNG. Yeah. Like, if you see a checkered background in a preview before you like open it up to look at it closely, that's probably a fake PNG. You might as well have like the word transparent written over it. This lawnmower is a bit rusty. I didn't think I'd be getting a rust this early, but it's only a little bit, so it should be fine. Lawnmower engine. You know, I never quite understood like the pull lawnmowers. Because the lawnmower I have, like that I've had basically all my life, is like you plug it into a wall socket, and then like you pull a lever and hold it there, and then it turns on. And by the way, fun fact, that's called a dead man switch. And what that does is it ensures the user is alive while the thing is running. So if by some like disaster the person dies while they're using that thing, it'll turn off so it doesn't cause anybody else harm. So yes, that's what a dead man switch is. Having studied software engineering, a part of that was like using UI and like design elements, not just in like digital spaces, but also in real life, how people design real things. And so that's kind of how I figured out what a dead man switch was. And when I first like heard about what a dead man switch was, I thought like, isn't that kind of racist to like zombies and stuff? Like, what if you're undead and you want to use a lawnmower? Yeah, so like what if you're undead and you want to use a lawnmower, but you can't because only living people can use a lawnmower? Yeah, pull mowers work by the pull starts a coil of wire to spin, electrifies it spin faster. So how do you turn it off? I think from what I understand, like you pull it and it spins a thing, and then it gets going. But how do you turn it off then? Because you put a stick in there or something. Cutting power to how do you cut the power? I'm learning how to use a lawnmower in real time. How to cut grass 101. It's like a while ago, I think I watched Smarter Every Day, and they like went over how like carburetors work, like car engines and stuff. I think that's the thing where like you pull it and then like it spurts up and then starts going, starts revving. And that's kind of why I had a question, because like they had trouble turning it off. they built their own to like demonstrate how it worked, and they couldn't turn it off because it just kept going and eating fuel. Yeah, 8th grade science. Grade science. I wonder if there's anything like weird I learned in school that's like totally not applicable to anything in real life. There probably is. But I probably forgot most of it. And one little fun thing. So I never learned how to do long division. Cause that looks like a whole lot of mumbo jumbo to me. It's like, 'cause I always thought like, why do long division? Like I can divide normally, and I thought, yeah, I thought long division was just like a whole bunch of legwork, and I always felt that way. I feel like there's a problem with like how math is taught. Cause I'd be sitting there like trying to do long division, and just be like, "Oh, hey, do long division." And I'm like, "What?" Like I would do the problem normally. I just divide, and it's like, "No, you didn't do long division," and they would give me like a 0. It's like, I don't know what you want from me. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah? Yeah, math teachers. Okay. I've had like a few bad teachers like in my school career. Like one of them definitely stands out. I think it was like my grade 10 math teacher. Barely remember her name, but it probably doesn't matter. So, uh, one of the units we had to learn was trig identities. Like, you know, that is this like sine is equal to like tan is equal to cos over sine, all that stuff. And what you would do is like they would give you like an equation with two sides to it, and you have to like prove that they're identical in some way. So I was terrible at that, and for the longest time I didn't understand why. Uh, and like that unit was going by, and I was really terrible at it. Like we'd be having tests on it, and like I would just leave the question blank because I have no idea. And like the teacher like confronted me about it one day. It's like, hey, like why are you leaving these things blank? Like like you try some of them, like why do you never finish them? And I'm like, oh, I was never good at long division. And you know what she said to me? She told me, this unit is an essential skill, and if you can't do this, I have the power to fail you. And like, she literally told me to get good or fail. And walked away. I was so shook I cried. Because like, I thought you were supposed to be supportive and helping me. That was like the least helpful thing she could have said. Yeah. And you know, I'm even more salty about it now because like after a couple years, I thought about it because it made me so salty, and I understood why I was so bad at it. The reason I was so bad at trig identities was because I had a tendency to do like everything in my head before writing anything down. However, trig identities are such a long process, you can't possibly do them in your head. So you kind of have to like write them down step by step and go bit by bit. But for someone to try to do everything in my head, I couldn't do that, and I would reach an impasse. So what I would do is I would just, I don't know, I'd leave the question blank or just leave it half done. That's why. If my teacher had said that to me instead of get good or fail, I probably would have grown a whole lot more as a person. But they didn't. Also, they actually kind of can't do that. Essential skill, like this, the student needs to learn trig identities. Like, I feel like that's kind of illegal because like I know if she actually did that, she would put stuff like, "Oh, this person didn't learn some important stuff, and they need to stay back and learn. They're missing some crucial skills, and they're not gonna make it." They would spin it like I'm some sort of bad student, like delinquent, like, "Oh, this person's being bad. They don't deserve to go on." When in reality, this is one concept that I couldn't get quite right. And what's even worse, I never used that again. Like, next year came along, grade 11, grade 12, college. Trig identities never came up again. Not once. Say that's getting old, you can't just say because I said so. Yeah. Yeah. So, as I grew up, I think I'm dominated by logic. What always annoyed me as a kid was like when people tell you to do something and don't give you the actual reason. Like, you'd be a kid trying to like eat food that you didn't like, and your parents would tell you like, "Oh, eat it because it's good for you," and stuff like that. That always annoyed me because I'd be like, they're like, "Why? Why is it good to me?" Like me, like 10-year-old, I would be like, explain the chemical composition, explain the benefits, the health benefits of eating this, and how it will help my organs grow. And my parents would be sitting there like all wide eyes, like, it's good for you, just eat it. Like, just do it. That always annoyed me. Even more so that like I looked into myself, like my parents would always try to get me to eat bananas. Now, I didn't hate bananas. The problem was they would try to feed me so many bananas, it was crazy. Like, I wake up like, here, I eat 2 bananas for breakfast. I'm like, why? I have other food. And it's like, it's good for you. It's like, I literally have other food. I'm literally not hungry. Or I'd be chilling, doing my own stuff, and they'd be like, here, take this banana and eat it. And I'd be like, why? Because it's good for you. And I tell them, I'm literally not hungry. If I was hungry, sure, I'd eat it, but I'm literally not hungry. And they'd be like, just eat it. It's just one. Yeah, yeah, just one. Except they do that like hundreds of times. They do it like every single day. And that's kind of why I don't like bananas. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of don't like food at all, which is like a hot take, but hear me out. The reason I don't like food in general is because my parents did stuff like that. They would just like give me food when I didn't want it. Like, I'd be chilling and they'd like, here, eat this. They give me a bowl of, rice or something, and I'd be like, I'm not hungry. I literally just ate like 20 minutes ago. Yeah. Also, I feel like they've forced me to eat a lot of like stuff I didn't like. Under the guise of like, oh, it's just trying it out, see if you like it or not. And like it got annoying fast because like, okay, so for example, I don't like eating meat, like, beef, pork, because as a kid I never liked it. And then like, well, as a kid, like, no one listens to you as a kid, so it didn't really matter anyway. And they would try to give it to me like again, like, oh, I don't like that. I don't like this. And like, oh, but that was like 2 weeks ago. Maybe you changed. And I'd be like, you're not gonna listen to me because I'm like 14 years old. But I want you to know, like, the human body does not change that drastically in such a short period of time. I didn't say that because they wouldn't have understood, but I thought it, okay? Then it'd be like, okay, so as an adult, mostly that's stopped, but it's kind of still a thing. Like, they would try and give me like some food, like, hey, I made this food, and I'm like, I'm like, what is it? And I was like, oh, it's really good. I'm like, what is it? What is the food? And it's like, it tastes really good. I'm like, what? What is the food? Tell me what it is. And they'd be like, oh, it's beef. And like, I don't like beef. I don't like beef. And they, oh, but like, that was like so long ago. Maybe you've changed. I'm like, okay, I remember, I remember how it tasted when I was a kid. I remember the taste, and I know as an adult, I still don't like it. Yeah, yeah. Like, I wonder about this sometimes. So sure, sometimes people can change or grow or whatever, but is it valid to say that you remember the taste of something and you know that you still don't like it? Because that's me. Yeah. I think one of the worst things about being a kid is that no one listens to you. Like, they just dismiss whatever you say. They think you don't know better. And then what that usually ends, that usually happens is like the kid grows up like with at least some feeling of resentment. Because like, one, that's kind of avoidable, but two, it could be a lot better if they actually listen to you, you know, as a kid. Yeah. So, okay, so a lot of the time you hear like if you think about a stereotypical food that kids don't like, it's usually vegetables or Brussels sprouts. Because when I watch TV, it was always like, oh, the kids don't like eat Brussels sprouts. Kids hate Brussels sprouts, and like some people love them. And in the show, it's like some people love the taste of Brussels sprouts, and you grow into it. But but there is actually science around Brussels sprouts, whether or not you like it. So, whether or not you like Brussels sprouts is entirely genetic. When you're born, you're either born with like certain taste buds that allow you to enjoy just Brussels sprouts, or you don't have them. That will never change ever. If you don't like Brussels sprouts, you will never like them, and that's genetic. That's 100% genetic. The problem is like, if you're a kid and if you say it to someone, they're not gonna believe you. There's no way in hell they'll believe you because you're just a kid. Why would a kid know like something like that? Yeah, like you know, if you gave that essay to like that paper to some parent, they'd be like, "Oh, whatever. You don't know what you're doing." Like they're not gonna read it. Like I bet they wouldn't even lay eyes on it. If they did, like I'd give them points for trying. But like I'd be surprised if they actually humored it for a second. Yeah. Another example about food is that like my mom tried to give me like food that I've tried in the past and that I know I've tried in the past because I didn't like it. And I remember because I'm the one who experienced it. And she gave me something like, oh, like here, have some pork buns. Keyword pork buns. And I'd be like, I don't like pork buns. And she'd be like, you never tried it though. You always dismiss things without even trying them. And I had to explain to her, I've tried this like 7 years ago, 10 years ago, 14 years ago, and I remember how it tasted. I do not like that taste. Also, the fact that it's a very common theme that I don't like pork, and it's very funny to me that you're trying to offer me something that is mainly pork, expecting me to give it a fair try, expecting that it's really a 50-50 chance whether I like it or not, when in actuality, I've got statistics and history to back it up. But parents don't listen, they don't listen to anyone. They don't listen to science. You're just like, oh well, I don't, you get it. Yeah. I think as a kid, I've always been labeled as a picky eater, and that is true. Like to anyone who says you'll grow out of being a picky eater, I disagree. Like, I know a few picky eaters who are adults, like well into adulthood, and like I feel better about it. I feel more justified, and then me also being a picky eater as an adult, it makes them feel better too. So, it's like I grew up and like I'm shaping the world that I want to see. A world where it's okay to have preferences and like it's okay to dislike things. Yeah, because people actually listen to you as an adult. Like, when you're an adult and you go to a restaurant, like, you make the order, right? When you're a kid at a restaurant, like, your parents make the order, and it's like, oh, we want this and this, and you'd speak out maybe, and be like, hey, I don't want those, and like, your parents would be like, no, we'll order this, we want this, and you are completely, like, overshadowed, overthrown. Yeah, rich taste palette. So this is probably a result of me having like so much like minor food-based trauma, but I still kind of firmly believe that I don't like eating. Because like most of my experiences with food have been negative. So I thought, okay, I guess I just don't like eating. And some people like really get on my case for that, saying like, oh no, eating is like one of uh the the delights of life. You must like eating. And to them I would say, okay, okay, give me a dish. Give me a dish that I adore then, okay? Like sure, there are foods that I like, but if I had the opportunity to never eat food again, I would take that opportunity. Because I feel like eating is slow, like the taste can be nasty, it's like a chore. And then like somebody invented liquid foods like meal replacements, and I thought like yes, that's what I need, that's what I want in my life. I want to be able to just drink a smoothie and like not have to eat, which you could do, but there's a caveat. If you drink smoothies instead of food, you should still like eat solid food occasionally so you like your gut doesn't get messed up, right? But I never got to do that because my mom doesn't believe in like liquid drinks. She's just like, oh, that's not real food. That doesn't fill you up. Swing sofa. Oh yeah, that thing. Right. Do a little bit of parkour. Oh, I missed the whole thing, like half the whole thing. Average taste. I don't really know like how I describe my taste in food, because like I like sweet things, and of course, in true like life fashion, I've been told I'll grow out of it and I'll stop liking sweet things, which has not happened, by the way. Like I still love sugar like more than any other consumable. One constant in my life is that like okay, I much prefer drinks over solid food because I think it's a lot faster and easier to consume. And for me, I'm really looking at the convenience of it as well, not just the taste. And drinks are really fast. One thing that's always remained constant in my life is that I like chocolate milk. That is hands down my favorite drink in the world. Chocolate milk. Good old chalky milk. Never lets you down. Yeah. As a kid, what we would do is we'd have like I gotta find this little thing. As a kid, we have like milk and then we buy chocolate syrup. So what we would do is we would pour the milk in and pour a bit of syrup in and we would stir it because at the time, I think that was cheaper than like just buying straight chocolate milk. I think I can highlight them, can't I? By like bench tops. and it's gonna like blink or something. Oh, there. I'm missing here. Might not be like a little speck. Step walls. What are you doing, step walls? Yeah. So as a kid, we would just make our own homemade chocolate milk, which it was it was good, but I still always prefer like the pre-made, factory-made chocolate milk. Let me read this. Hey, Doc Cal here. I've got a job for you over at my folks' bungalow whenever you can fit it in. Okay, let's see here. Is there a garden gnome somewhere on this map? I thought there was like a hidden garden gnome on every single map, but I didn't see one anywhere here. So we make our own homemade chocolate milk, which is okay, but I still prefer factory made. But then I grew up a little bit, and like, I don't know if my parents got lazier with making it or like my palate changed a bit, because when I was a kid, I think I was lactose intolerant, because if I ever drank just like pure milk, I would get sick and I would like vomit. So it was pretty important that that milk was turned to chocolate milk, because if it wasn't turned adequately to chocolate milk, like I would get sick, strangely enough. Doc, the yacht looks fantastic. There are a couple of budding mountaineers already clambering over that rock garden, and I intend to join them. Thanks again on the great job, and if I ever hear of anyone in need of me, I'll send them your way. What's that? Playground, bungalow, dirt bike. Okay, I'm going to BRB a second because bio break. You know, all this water. You know, so I'll be a second. Okay, I'm back. Just let me sit back in and check a little thing here and there. Oh, okay. Right. So, I'm thinking I want to do the dirt bike next, because it's really short, really small. It'll give me 5 stars, which I believe I need 5 more stars to get the next Urban X, the next Power Washer. But I'll be a little short on the money. But I'll get there. So let me see, what are the extensions? The Urban X. Urban X. Yeah, this stuff's kind of expensive, actually. I'll definitely get there, like, in time. But, humble beginnings. Look at this guy. Joe Average. I see what you did there. There's gotta be something up with my dirt bike. You see, I'm one of life's winners. Every morning I put 4 slices of bread in the toaster, but only the slice that pops up first. When I have a coffee, I only drink the bit that wins the race to my mouth. But on this bike I always finish dead last. I'm wondering if there's mud stuck to the manifest, or whatever it is slowing me down. I'm also kinda superstitious, so I haven't cleaned the thing in over 15 years. Thanks. Right. So, I was talking about chocolate milk and stuff, and how we used to make our own chocolate milk with milk and syrup, and I was lactose intolerant as a kid. And I know there's no waste time. I'll just do this quickly, because this is super small. Look at that, 20% done already. Yeah. Then, I think my parents got lazy with making the chocolate milk. Because it started to taste a bit more bland, more milky. Because in the beginning, it was they'd be sure to syrup it up, give it a lot of chocolate, and it'll turn out nice, deep brown, nice chocolatey. But then, there was a point where, they started making it, and I think they got a bit lazy, because it would turn out to be, this faded beigeish color, and, I don't want to say they half-assed it, but I think they half-assed it. And then, I would complain, hey, this tastes like shit. And it's oh, well, oh, we don't want to give you too much chocolate, son. So just get used to it. Learn how to drink it. So, and it was that time, I almost got tired of chocolate milk because they kept on, messing it up. So for a time, I just stopped drinking, the homemade chocolate milk, and if ever we got the pre-made store-bought chocolate milk, I would just drink that instead. And that still tastes, as good as always. So I would just, live off of that on rare occasions. In my elementary school, too, they had, a milk program where, you order milk for, the month, and every day, if you ordered milk for that day, they would give you, a carton of milk, either white milk or chocolate milk. And I used to live off that too. They would have these small 500 milliliter cartons of chocolate milk. And I loved it. Until one day I think they changed it or something. And then that also tasted really bland, and I drank it one time and then I got sick. Because it was so bland, it tasted like regular milk. So for a time I stopped drinking that too. We stopped ordering it. And one day, I got curious to try it again because I knew in my heart that I always loved it, and I want to believe that I continue to love it. So I ordered it for 1 month, one day on a month, I tried it to test it again, and it was like as delicious as it used to be. So then I started drinking again, and that was pretty much it. Clean as an egg, you were a legend. Nothing can stop me now. So now I have the stars, I just need the money. Only heavy duty, 40 stars, $2,000. I'm probably gonna get there like in time. Anyway, career. The bungalow. Okay, so I think I'll look for the bungalow first. Yeah. So from Calvin Miller. Hey Doc, I mentioned that folks, but I think it's time their bungalow met your pressure washer. It's so filthy it's hard to tell where the ground ends the house begins. When I mentioned you to Ma, her eyes lit up. Pop moaned and said the browner the porch to warm the torch, which clearly means nothing, so he's overruled. If you can give the place a good clean, I'm sure to give them both a lift. Thanks again, Cal. I think there might have been like another achievement for cleaning a certain thing first. I think there's an achievement here for doing the driveway first. I think. So I guess I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try a little green. Dolores Miller. I'm so glad you're here. Calvin's such a good boy. He's a volcanologist, you know. I don't know what that means, but I think it's something to do with geography. Or volcanoes. One of the two. For viewing pleasure, I should probably stop spamming the tab button. Like, I'd be standing like right next to something and they'd just like press tab and the whole screen would light up with orange. Like, bright orange. And blind everybody. As well as myself. And the little corners are a bit tough. Can't wait to get the little extensions for the power washer, which I could buy right now, but I want to save. Actually, let me check the Steam achievements for a second. Like, I probably should just actually play the game as like I'm supposed to, but I want to check what that Steam achievement was. Uh, Matched house. I think I'm right. I think this is the achievement. You know, maybe not. But I'll just clean whatever. Detached house. I think that might be something else. Because this says bungalow. Yeah. So anyway, chocolate milk. Grew up with it, like a bunch of, I don't know, stuff happened around it. Shaped my life, shaped my taste. And I don't know what happened, but like, I think I sort of just grew out of being lactose intolerant because I don't know what happened. Like, I just woke up one day and I drank milk and it was good. I didn't get sick. And like, now I drink milk a lot. So much so that we always run out of milk like every 2 or 3 days. Like, just on a Wednesday, we went like, no, on Tuesday, we bought like a new like pack of milk. We got like I think it's 3 liters of milk, and it is now Friday, I believe, and we run out. There's no more milk, or at least there's very little. If I go pour myself a drink right now, we'd probably be all out. I asked my mom to like pick up some milk today, and she said she would if she remembered, which it's a little hit or miss, but I have faith. I believe. It's my birthday. For my birthday, I want my mom to come home with milk. Actually, for my birthday, the milk is a bonus. I'd like my mom to come home. Just like, you know, cover my bases and all. Cause like, if she doesn't come home, like, there's not gonna be milk. Of course. What's that one meme? Like, he needs some milk. I wonder what the origin of that meme was. Because the first time I saw it, it was like a guy putting a firecracker under a bucket and then sitting on the bucket, and then it blew up and launched him into the air a bit. And it's like, oh, he needs some milk. Someone said that, and that was my first exposure to that meme. But then, like years later, I saw like another instance of it where some guy was drunkenly running down the street, and someone called out like, "Oh, he needs some milk." So I don't really know. I think I searched up that meme because I was curious about what the origins were, and I didn't find much, so it might not have been like a really widespread meme. It might be a really obscure one actually. But he needs I need some milk. When I first saw it and I was thinking about like, oh, what does this mean? I thought like, what if, and this is probably just me being like, weird and stuff. But what if that means he needs himself a waifu, a milky waifu, if you know what I mean, to comfort him after his injury. So I thought that, and then years later I thought, you know what, I'm probably just that's probably a weird thing to think, and I should probably stop. But maybe, you never know. Maybe that's what they meant. I mean, if I was injured and like I had a milky waifu, I'd probably feel a little bit better. Just saying. I mean, wouldn't you? Yeah. So, I was talking about this meme. I was talking about milk. Because like I started drinking milk, and then like I started drinking a lot, so much that we ran out of milk. And I made a joke like, "Oh, we need some milk," and then I asked if you know that one meme where it's like, "Oh, he needs some milk," and I talked about my first exposure to that meme where I saw some guy put a firecracker under a bucket and sat on it, and then it blew up and it like launched him into the air a bit, and he fell and hit his butt. And then someone called out like, "Oh, somebody, you need some milk." And that was my first exposure to the meme. And then years later, I saw another instance of that meme where some guy was drunkenly running down the street, and like someone called out like, "Oh, he needs some milk." So I don't really know like what the origin of that meme is. But as a kid, I thought like, "Oh, what does it mean?" And I thought like, what if they meant that in a way like, "Oh, he needs himself a milky waifu, so he feels better about his injury." Because if I was injured and I had a milky waifu, I'd probably feel better. Wouldn't you? So and then I thought like, that's probably a really weird thing to think, and I should probably stop. But I might be right. You never know. Just like that one guy like on his hospital bed or something, and like he said, I need nudes to make me feel better," which is probably a scam, but I think it's really funny. If I was on my deathbed and yeah, Yet. They don't exist yet. I mean, you never know. I could probably get into like, the logistics of Milky waifus, but uh, I don't know if Twitch would like that. However, it is my birthday, and what better way to go out than to get banned on your birthday? The birthday ban. But now. I'll probably do the roof last. Show the side of this building. A cow waifu. Well, yeah, that's probably a thing too, but I was thinking more just endowed waifus. I wonder if I could. Actually, no, I'm not gonna. I was gonna say I wonder if I can ask my friend if they know any Milky waifus, but I probably shouldn't say that. Actually, maybe I will. I might literally just take a moment and just deadass ask my friend that. They're probably sleeping because I think they're really tired today and they wanted to go take a nap. That and they're offline, so this might just be like some crazy ravings. Uh, Actually, I'll ask them later maybe. Yeah, you see, you're probably sleeping, and I'm currently streaming, but the conversation came up, and I was wondering if you happen to know any Milky waifus. Right. If I get a response, I'll be sure to update you. Yeah. So, I think it's just gonna be like nothing. It's just gonna be like, what was that about? And then I explain it, and then like they'd be like, oh, aha, that's funny. Or maybe they're actually gonna uh, take it seriously, and they're gonna give me some Milky waifus or something. They might do that because lately I was talking to them the other day about like I don't remember what we were talking about. I think we are talking about like I don't remember. We were talking about feet. That's what we were talking about. And they said like, oh, I think it'll be so cosmically funny if somebody asked me for feet pics. And then I got an idea. So what I did was I waited until it was 6 a.m. in the morning. I stayed up till 6 a.m. and then on the dot at 6 a.m. I asked them, "Hey, do you have any feet pics?" And then like I put the two emojis, like the two finger emojis, the two nervous fingers. I sent that to them at 6 a.m. in the morning. And like I'm gonna assume that they're playing along and they know it's a joke. But they responded like, "Oh yeah, I don't have any on hand right now, but I could take some for you if you want." And like they're probably joking because I don't actually want feet pics of my friends. However, I'd probably still take them because I want to be supportive and all, face the consequences of my jokes. So who knows? Maybe they'll actually humor my Milky Waifu query and give me some stuff. They're probably gonna give me like some VTubers. So I'm an editor on their Twitch channel, and when they gave me editor perms, it also gave me permissions to see what kind of clips they make. And I was like, oh, I can see what clips they make. I can see what channels they watch. Cool. And I go to look, and then I see, yeah, and then I see like they have a clip of this ASMR, this sussy ASMR clip, and I'm like, huh, what's that? And I asked them about it, and like, oh my god, pretend you didn't see that. And by the way, could you not like, shame me as I'm watching sussy ASMR? Like, it's all good, but it was like I caught them off guard in a funny moment because I caught them red-handed with like the sussy ASMR clips. Yeah, I mean, I want to call myself a VTuber, but I feel like I just barely fit the bill because like I don't have the interesting lore or anything that you know of. You know, like my VTuber model is literally some guy. Like, this is it. This is literally what I look like. White shirt, white sweater, like little gold highlights on my head. That is literally me. Depressed 20-year-old. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. However, I do have an alternate model. I wonder if I have the redeem. Oh yeah, I still got my redeem. So, for cheap, for a mere 100 channel points, I have a redeem called Waifu Toggle. And for that, I... Alright, say no more. Say no more. BRB, this is a whip. Let me just whip out my other model. And I have this model, my waifu model, which aptly named is Raifu. I'm really proud of that name. It's like I'm Rai and this is Raifu. Perfect. Perfect name. Yeah, so a mere 100 channel points. I have that. But also, for 25,000 channel points, I have a redeem called Mommy Mode. There's no way you have 25,000 channel points because like I'm just like a nobody streamer. But if you did, well, I guess I'd have to like oblige by the rules. From most to least. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm gonna keep this the mommy mode redeem. I might ask her remove it, cause like someday someone's gonna redeem that, like I'm doing something important. They're just like, oh, I have to whip out my my mommy model. I think that thing is just gonna be like there as a joke for the most part. Like, I have the model. I could whip it out anytime I wanted, but I probably never will. It might be funnier if I just leave it as a meme. If anything, I might actually just raise the price because I don't know if I actually want someone to redeem that. Like, it is safe for work, so there's that. Like, could it could be a little borderline, but it is good. Like, I could show it off, but not for free. Hope this wall gives me a lot of money. This wall could be worth at least like $200. How much is the... It's like 60 something percent. Whatever. I'll get there when I get there. Yeah. god. Maybe I really should have bought that extension, because this is gonna be a pain to get, because I can barely reach up there. Just barely. But I can though. Actually, maybe I can grab like my little telekinesis stool. I remember I used to watch someone play this game, and they found this really funny glitch that I think got patched. Yeah, let me see. The glitch was, you could pick up the stool as you're on it, and then you're like, when you pick up the stool, it like moves around wherever you point to preview where it's gonna be, right? But if you picked it up while you're on it and then moved, you would launch yourself like a million miles per hour forward. You would launch yourself out of the map, and you would fall, and like the graphics would get all freaky. Which I think they patched it, unfortunately, because I can't pick it up when like I'm over top of it. That's kind of sad. But still a welcome change, because if somebody got soft locked like that, well, soft locks are pretty bad. Yeah. Speaking of, back when I was talking about that Hollow Knight mod, that was like, they made the game worse. They had a lot of soft locks. Like, if I had to review it, I'd give them a lot of red flags. Like, first of all, they removed dash, so you had to walk slowly everywhere. But that's like bad, taking away such a critical feature. Can't dash, okay. That also introduced a lot of one-way passages where if you go one way, you get stuck. Like you jump down, you can't make the jump back up, you get stuck. And that could be a soft lock. And it was in a lot of cases. So like, ooh, minus like 10 points, got a soft lock. In other places, it's like, let's say, oh yeah. It was like, really confusing. Because, okay, Hollow Knight is supposed to be like a Metroidvania. You go wherever you want, explore the world however you want, and you will eventually find progress, right? And this mod's linear. Like, I tried looking around, I tried exploring, and it's like, I found Super Dash, like Crystal Dash, where you charge up and like barrel forward until you hit something. So cool. Okay, cool. I think that's like one of the worst abilities in the game because it only exists so you can like get past certain obstacles and that's it. It's not useful as a utility. So I got that and I spent like 2 hours looking around the map trying to find like the next bit of progress. And like there was one thing I could have done but I decided not to do because I could have done a speedrun skip. But I thought like, nah, I'm gonna play this mod like normally. I'm not gonna do skips. And I couldn't find anything. So I thought like, okay, I'm gonna try it. And if this is correct, I'm gonna like quit the mod. So I did the speedrun skip, and wouldn't you know it, I found progress. So, you are supposed to do a speedrun skip to progress. And I have to say, that is a major red flag. You should not like expect your players to do speedrun strategies. Like, major red flag. Granted though, like this was a mod and a beginner would not play a Hollow Knight mod, so fine, but still, you shouldn't expect your players to do that. It's like, major red flag. Another major red flag is, so since they shuffled all the maps of the game, like, I reached like a vanilla early game map like pretty late. So I'm like, oh okay, I got to like a little arena, like the first little battle arena you go to. How bad could it be? So I go in, like, I get hit. I get hit from a basic enemy. It deals 4 damage. It might have actually done more. But like I had 4 out of 5 HP. I got hit and I took 4 damage and I instantly died. And it was that point I literally quit the mod. That mod was like garbage. I hope that thing didn't deal 5 damage, because if that thing deals 5 damage, that is the insta-kill. And that is BS. That would be BS. So for their sake, I hope I was just bad at the game. And it's not a bad mod. So like, oh, okay, whatever. But it's a good thing I had this other mod lined up, because I tried this Glimmering Realm, it claimed to be a big game expansion, tried it, it's a piece of shit. And then I had this thing called Fire Nest, which also claimed to be a game expansion. So I tried it. It was also a piece of shit. So first of all, they also shuffled around all the maps. So it's like, it's not even anything new. It's the same maps, like, shuffled around. So, yeah. Secondly, they also like blocked off some areas. So like, I don't know what to do. Okay. Okay. Another thing. What else? Oh yeah. Another thing I want to criticize about Fire Nest mod, that they shuffled up the map in a way that doesn't make sense. Like, okay, so I was trying to go to like a fast travel point, so I walk like, I don't know. I was trying to go somewhere. I walk to the left of the map, and then I come out on the left, walking to the right, on the map that was to the right of where I originally was. Right? So I walked across this really long hallway to like, the other side of the room. So I go in there, and then all of a sudden, like, I'm in like this hive place. I walk through, like, it's big and empty. The only purpose it served was just like a big hallway. That's it. So I walk across there, I travel for like 2 minutes, and then I get to the fast travel point. And I'm thinking like, that is such a trek. That is actually not worth the trek for this fast travel point. Like, that is so long and such a pointless like journey. So, yeah, worthless. The other thing, they had like a soft lock. So in Hollow Knight, there are these things called dark rooms where, like, if you don't have a lantern, like, the room is dark and you can't see anything. And usually, actually in the base game, every dark room has this thing called a hazard. A hazard is a thing that makes you respawn. So it's like spikes or like a pit or something. You fall in the spikes or a pit and then you void out and you respawn. If you're in a dark room with no lantern, you will respawn at the entrance. So you're encouraged to turn back and like leave. However, this mod introduced new dark rooms that weren't originally dark rooms. So I go into a room that was converted to a dark room, and that room had no hazards in it. And it was like a vertical room. Like, you go in from the top, you go down, and there's like a door. So I went in out of curiosity, because I wanted to see like what there was. So I go down, and of course, there's nothing there because I don't have the key for the door. But the thing is, I couldn't get back up because it was a dark room I couldn't see. But also because I know that room in vanilla. That room has no hazards. There is no way to get back up if you don't have like wall jump or double jump, which I did not have. So that was legitimately a soft lock. No hazards, no spikes, nothing to respawn on. I had to like reload. So minus 10 points, you have a soft lock, sir. The other thing was that like they needlessly blocked off a few like transitions. Like, let's say for example you have like a circle on the map, like you can loop around and enter a room from 2 directions. Right? What they did was they just blocked off one of the transitions. So like if you want to get into a specific room, you had to go all the way around the circle, like all the way around, and then come in from the other side. Which I have to say, really, really poor design decision, because there's almost nothing there anyway. The only place that served is like crossroads for convenience, and they took away the convenience, so that place is pretty much meaningless. So, you know, minus 10 points again. And also, like, I couldn't finish the mod because, like, I could not figure out what to do because I was so lost and there was no guidance. So, like, I turned on, like, my debug mode and, like, teleport around and see, like, what I'm supposed to do. And if what I found was correct... Oh, message. The monkeys messaged me. They're getting really excited with how it's looking. Sounds like it's going great. Yeah, there's another major point that I have to point out with this mod. So when they shuffled down the maps and like shuffled the transitions, they made 2 transitions lead to 1 map. And then if you go back out the way you came, it would put you in one of the transitions before and lock you out of the other ones. So they literally had one-way tickets that you wouldn't know about until you went through and it was too late. That's like really bad because like that doesn't make sense in the first place. But also, there was this dual transition like that pretty early on, and it was a soft lock. Like, oh, I go into this map, and it would teleport me to another certain place on the map where you're supposed to have certain abilities, which I did not have. So I'd get teleported there without the abilities required, and I would get stuck. I would actually be soft locked. So like minus 100 points. That's not only improper, that's also infuriating. Anyway, what was I saying before? Oh yeah, they blocked off some transitions, made 2 ways and stuff. But also, if my findings are correct when I did like my like debugging and testing because I couldn't be bothered to play anymore, I think that mod is actually like not completable. Because in Hollow Knight, what you're supposed to do is like you go to these places called the Dreamers, you go slay the Dreamers and collect their soul or whatever. And once you get all 3 of them, then you get to the final boss, and they beat the game. And I was thinking like, man, one of these Dreamers, I don't know how to get to them. So I teleport straight to them, and I go to the transition where they're located. It's blocked off. They put a solid platform at the only entrance to that map. So I thought like, oh okay, maybe like you go somewhere else, but that's like BS though. Blocking off the only entrance, how are you supposed to do that? So I just no clip in because I'm curious. Like maybe they shuffle the transition somewhere else and you're supposed to go in from another place. So I go in, I grab the Dreamer, and then I'll go back out, and it puts me in the same room I was before with a block. So I was literally blocked in and soft locked. If that's how it is, that mod is impossible, and I quit the mod. I think that might be one of the reasons why like I'm kind of tired of Hollow Knight now, because I played these 2 mods expecting grand things and it turned out to be total garbage. And like it hurts my soul to see like my boy massacred that, like, you know, look how they massacred my boy. They butchered it, cut it into small pieces, made the game smaller and worse. I did have an idea for like what I want to do next. It's like a challenge run. So there's a mod to make your player model tiny. So I thought I'm gonna do a challenge run called and size doesn't matter or something. And I'm going to play with a really tiny character model. Like a really tiny hitbox and really tiny attacks. Because I thought it'd be funny. I didn't get around to that yet. Because like, you know, my birthday week came around and my friend got me Power Wash Sim for my birthday. Thanks, Loon. By the way, if you're watching, but you're probably asleep. And they also bought me a Pizza Tower, which I did request. They asked me to like compile a list of like 5 games, put on my Steam wish list, and they would get me like a couple of them. So I did that. I put Power Wash Sim and Pizza Tower on them, and those are the games I got. Yeah, they made a really funny comment too, like saying like they got me 2 games. One of them is really relaxing, that one being Power Wash Sim, where I just dissociate for hours and hours on end. And the other one is very high octane intense, that being Pizza Tower. So funny little combination. One for de-stressing, one for re-stressing. I think the only reason I was interested in Pizza Tower was because I saw this mod for it that replaced your character model with a waifu, like an anime girl, and I thought like, wow, that was really cool. I am now suddenly interested in Pizza Tower, and that's pretty much it. If that anime girl mod didn't exist, I would not have wished for the game. Maybe I'm shallow, but hey, like if you want to enjoy a game, you've got to enjoy what you look at, right? That's solid advice. It helps to, feed the eyes as well. And yes, it is perfectly safe for work. It's not at all risque. It is literally like just a casual anime girl with nice hair, I might add. That might be a selling point because anyone who knows me knows that I really appreciate a good hairstyle. It's an admiration, if you will. I'm almost at the $900 mark. I'm not gonna be able to buy the power washer soon. Wait, you still give me the I feel like I'm missing something on my UI. You didn't give me like the dirt details. Seems a little weird. Oh well. It's not the most important thing. It's just a little convenience. Doesn't really do anything. Actually, it is pretty important because it gives me an indication if like I'm making any progress at all. Because like if I spray this for like a white nozzle, that's probably gonna do absolutely nothing. So it is actually kind of important. Wait, I have a red nozzle. I forgot about that. There. I forgot I had a red nozzle, which would have made things a lot easier, faster. I think there's also an achievement for doing one of the levels with exclusively the red nozzle, which I'm probably gonna go for it because I want to get that achievement. I also wonder if like the triple red nozzle counts for that as well. Because so I also watch VTubers, which may be a very large surprise to you because I'm one myself. I was watching Oro Crony from Hololive English play Power Wash Simulator, and I saw she was doing like I think it's the fishing boat level, and I saw she had like this triple stream red nozzle, and I thought like, wow, I didn't know that was a thing. Wow, it's really cool. It's like the red nozzle, except there's like it's a trident. And you fire 3 bolts. I wonder if that would count. So I could use the yellow if I'm like really slow and meticulous about it. So in the past, I always kept up with the Power Wash Simulator news and like changelog and stuff. And I know like in one of the updates, they changed it so that they reduced the threshold for auto completion. Like you clear 99% or something, and then the rest will just autocomplete. So you wouldn't be missing like a tiny speck. So they made that so it was easier, and so you didn't just like miss 0.1% somewhere. It was really annoying. But I feel like they could have done it a little better because like I was gonna get that. I was not gonna miss that. And I feel like it kind of robs a little bit of the satisfaction away from the player. Because like they're gonna clean it, they're gonna clean like that last little speck, and then it just disappears and auto completes. So for lack of a better term, it's kind of like you blue ball your player. What I think they should have done is like mark the auto completion zone, but only have it auto complete when you like stop spraying. So like let's say you set your auto completion to like 99%, and like it will only detect auto completion when you stop spraying. So if you're gonna get it, then let the player get it. But if not, then there you go. So maybe make it so that like it will autocomplete at like 99.5% or something, because it is still nice to be able to spray continuously and get those little dings. So, one sec. I was choking and I had like a really bad burp. Maybe it's because like I'm so nasally today. Hopefully that's all done and over with. Like, I would not be embarrassed to like burp on stream, but I'd probably like to avoid it. Like, obviously there are a lot of bigger VTubers who are more unhinged than me. Like, they just do whatever they want. I'm looking at you, Bao VTubers. Okay, think get this the gutter. So, fun fact: in high school, I studied architectural design a little bit, and when you're doing a roof, the top of the roof should be thick enough to like go. I think it's 6 inches below the top of the wall, where it is, and that's called a soffit. The more you know. Yeah. If I hadn't gone into software engineering, I probably would have gone into architecture, which I'm really glad I didn't, because I am well aware how like hellish it is to be an architectural student. I mean, I think pursuing like any like higher education is not easy. It's all difficult. It's just different at best. But architecture, like no, I want to go home, thanks. And I want to like not be sweaty all the time. Like I save my sweating for when I play games, okay? Like that's my sweat. I sweat when I play games and when I have anxiety. And I always have anxiety, so I'm always sweaty. It's just I like to prefer it in a certain way, you know. I've got this like little backboard here. I was just thinking like, oh, I'm 56%. I'm like almost halfway, but it looks like there's still so much left. I forgot about this whole backboard, so that's probably why. I also saw in like the patch notes they plan to like add this like aiming mode where like you can aim the power washer without turning the camera, and I thought to myself like, oh, why would you need that? Like I get it, it's an accessibility thing and it's so people don't get motion sick, but I would never use that. And yet here I am like abusing it because otherwise it would look like this, and that's probably not like super great to look at. So good on them, power wash devs. Good on them. Because I know someone who is like who gets motion sick really easily, and like if they had to look at this all the time, they would probably not be able to play this game. So great accessibility. I think it's not very often like you really notice a game's accessibility features, probably because most people would not need them, so they kind of don't get looked at very often. But however, I think if you have accessibility features, they just make everyone's life better, regardless if you need them or not. Okay, new message. Okay, apparently even Pops is out of his rocking chair now and having a look. Right. Let me do a little check something quick. Uh alright. Looks fine. Normally, if this is a normal stream, this would be about where I end. However, I'm not gonna end. I'm going to go until basically I get tired. I'm streaming until I either get tired or streaming until fatigue today. Like I originally I thought it was gonna be like a chance. Oh, I'm gonna have a long stream today to celebrate my birthday. I'm gonna have to like be in for the long haul. But actually, I'm really having fun. Like I am happy to continue playing this. I was kind of wondering how far I'd get with. I thought I'd get further, but you know, this is a game to not be rushed, so it's not that big a deal. Me, me frantically spraying the power washer so I would get things done faster, instead of being like all slow and methodical, like how Markiplier would have wanted. If I had a power washer in real life, I probably would not do this. Like you probably don't do this with a power washer in real life, unless you lose control of it or something, and you're probably gonna shoot somebody and like punch a hole in their gut. Which probably would not actually happen, but still, don't shoot someone with a power washer. You might think that oh, it's like a water jet, which that's a good comparison, but it's not exactly like that because a water jet does not only shoot water. It shoots water mixed with a little bit of sand, so it's kind of like sandpaper jet, and the sand is what like punches holes in things. So a regular old power washer with just water, like don't get me wrong, high pressure water is still really dangerous, but like it's probably not going to cut like you expect. If anything, it might actually make a worse cut because like it's not designed to cut. It will just like punch a hole straight through you. Let's see. Look at this porch bench soon, because I kind of can't get that last little bit. It's a little tough. But I also have $900. Almost afford the new power washer. There we go. Alright, new gun. I have over $900. Buy. Equip. There we go. I like the shape of this power washer because like it feels like really square and industrial. It doesn't quite look like that in like the picture, but okay, it's got some right angles. That's what I like to see. I think that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, change clothing too. I have so many like tabs. I don't think I have anything else, but whatever. New power washer. Can feel the power already. I'm probably gonna get this feeling like I think how many more power washers are there? It's like medium, the heavy, professional. So I'm gonna get this feeling like two more times in my power washing career, where I upgrade the washer and there's like it's a whole new world of power. It's like power never before seen. Or I could just like start a new file or something and experience everything all over again, which I guess wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, actually. I probably wouldn't even have to do that, actually. I could just like replay old levels and actually show some restraint and set guidelines for myself. Prove that I have some self-discipline and like I don't automatically go for the easiest option. Although in a lot of cases, I don't really understand why you wouldn't go for the easiest option. Like, depending on what the goal is, if you want a challenge, then like okay, make a little custom rule set for yourself. But if you want to get a job done, like quickly and efficiently, why don't you just do the best you can? I think I've been criticized before about how I play games because like once you get to know me for like a little bit, like after a little while, it becomes painfully apparent that uh I go crazy when I play games. Like I don't play games casually, okay? Like cause my friends like when Honkai Star Rail came out, it was like, oh, Honkai Star Rail came out. It looks like a cool game. We should play it together. And I was like, I don't know. I'm gonna wait a bit. And so I waited a bit, and like more people joined in, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna play Honkai Star Rail now. Like you you wrote me in, and so I played it, and like first time I played, like I played like about as you'd expect, I like a normal player, and then like the thing is, I just kept going. Like look at me now, Trailblaze like rank 70 or whatever. I'm in the meta, I'm competitive, all that stuff. I play every single day, whereas my friends like they quit a long time ago. They log in maybe like once every 2 weeks. Like if I was younger, I might judge them for it. It's like, oh, you're not a true gamer, you're not dedicated, but I'm gonna move this little guy over. But yeah, they're probably just nah, there's no reason to shame them for just like existing, which is exactly what they're just doing. They probably got their own things to like worry about. I feel like a lot of the time it's a question about elitism. Like if you elitism, like oh, they're not a real insert fandom here fan. Where it's like, what if they're just like busy or something? What if they're just like an ordinary person? What if you're the feral one? Am I stuck on? Am I stuck on little things? Yeah. Like, I think I get stuck on this little thing. I look down like too slowly, or I don't know what it is. I'll do like one half at a time. Let's clear this little thing first, and then I'll work my way to the other side later. Kinda wish I had a little extension for this, because it would be even more satisfying. But I'll probably get there. How much does it cost, actually? Little extension, $75. $125? Okay. Okay, this stuff's kind of expensive, actually. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to buy them before I finish this job. What was I saying again? Oh yeah, elitism. It's like, let's say Undertale, for example. Like someone, like a new fan joins Undertale fandom, as hellish and hectic as it is already. And then all of a sudden they just get like harassed, like you're not a true fan, you're a fake fan. And then like, well, naturally they'll probably just like be driven away because like everyone in that fandom's an ass. So of course they'd leave and go somewhere else. And look at them, like a little proud of gatekeeping. Like we've driven away another one, boys. Good job. We'll keep this fandom small and let it die out forever, and never actually get any new blood in here. But what if they're just like, you know, busy? What if they're just like tired after a long day of work? They just want to chill, or they just want to see something new and like novel. How'd that guy fall over? I thought I put him right side up. Can I like rotate this guy at all? Throw on the bush? I at least want to be like facing upwards. There. So, if I was younger, I'd probably be afraid of like the gnomes, because this might sound silly or it might sound perfectly reasonable, but when I was a kid, I played The Sims a lot, and if you know The Sims, gnomes are pretty like, you know, they're not insignificant. They actually do some stuff in The Sims. So, and in The Sims, like I'd be scared because like I'd put down a gnome or something, and then like that gnome would move or like change pose, and I'd be shook. I'd be like 6 or 7 years old, or like I don't remember. How old was I? Oh, whatever. I'd be a kid and I'd be playing like The Sims 3 or something. And I put down a gnome because like, you know, lawn ornament, right? So I put it down, like I interacted with it, like, and like it changed pose. So I thought, oh, it's kind of weird. Oh, I think my mom's home now. Oh well. And then like later, this random gnome showed up randomly on the lot. So I thought like, oh, that's cool. It's worth $1,000. So I picked it up. I picked it up and I kicked it, and then like it went from a standing position to like a laid back arms crossed position, like you're like, I don't know, leaning on the couch or a wall or something, and then he gained $7 in value, and that's how I knew I was dealing with God. And I put that guy in the family inventory and never took him out again. So for a time, I probably would have been scared of gnomes, but like when I first saw that gnomes would be a recurring like mascot and theme in Power Wash Simulator, I thought maybe that'd be like some secret lore or something. But at this point, I think they're just honestly like an innocent mascot. Just the devs like gnomes, so sure, they're a friend. Probably get another drink. I'm kind of like running low on water here. But I might as well finish this first. I wonder what I'm gonna have for dinner today. I wonder what I'm gonna eat. Because I am planning to like basically stream until boredom or fatigue. Or I guess hunger, I guess. I got a new star, I think. I think you get a star for every 20%. That makes sense. Let's see. You get this little like pitch on the roof. I think that's what it's called. The little the peak. The apex. I don't know. So I'm gonna like square out this area and do that later. See like the little lines. I keep mixing my keybinds. I'm so used to pressing E to like do most major interactions. But in E, Power Wash Simulator E is like open the equipment menu. So I just like open it every few seconds by accident. I feel like this is more like, correct power washer like technique. Just rapidly spin back and forth. That looks about right. I'm just wondering, where could you get a power washer in real life? And I remembered. I think there's this service called the Library of Things, and what they do is, it's like a library where you rent out stuff, but they rent out like tools and equipment. So you could like rent out a lawnmower or a power washer or something. Kind of like a library, but without the magic, because it's all like adult appliances and tools and equipment. I don't even know if we have it here. Like, I think it's an online thing, and maybe like you place an order and they ship it to you. I think. Or maybe it has to be a local thing. Maybe it's a real building. You get to go there and take what you want. On this chimney. Chimney. Okay. The other side of this little... I don't know what this thing is called. Like a little nub dip pitch peak apex. One of those things probably. I wonder what there is left, because like if there was only a few things left, it would give me like a little to-do list, but I don't see it, so I must be missing something somewhere. At least a few places. I wonder if we got the milk. What is left? A little bit of posts and fences and that thing. I think I should have cleaned this thing from the top. That probably would have been more lucrative. Let's see. I wonder if I could buy like the short extension. I think that's $125. I'll probably get it soon. I would like to get all the extensions though, because just like having them. When I used to watch people play Power Wash Simulator, like there are like two techniques. Some of them you go really slowly like this, and just go like up and down slowly, which I guess is satisfying in its own right, and it's certainly got a group of people it appeals to. And then other people are just like it's just like this, and I guess that might be satisfying to some people, but I used to always find that like kind of like unsatisfying because they're so rash with it, and they like so rough. But I will say it is efficient. Because this, I'm probably cleaning faster like this than like doing the printer method. Why not? There's probably, I think there's a nozzle for this actually. Like the little turbo nozzle, which I do not have at the moment. But I think it's that one where it's like the red, but it goes in a circle really rapidly. I use that too. Okay, gutters. Which... Okay. Almost got all the money for this. I'll just like printer method this one because this one's a little tight. Tight on the edge. Really tight on the edge. Cat. Oh, never saw a cat there before. I can ramp off this thing. I can do parkour with the stool. Wait, this this changes the game. I can parkour with the stool. That is really good to know because I kind of don't like the ladder. Because I feel like it's so easy to like fall off of, or like that's what I've seen from so many people. They just fall off of it all the time. The post. Oh, there. I'm the postman. Take the ball. Where's the last little bit? Is it like in the tight section here? Can I like put the ladder back? Or is it there's like I have to put it on the house? Okay. I wish I could put the ladder back on the floor. I'd appreciate that. I'm T-posing to assert dominance. There's a cat in the background. Okay. That bungalow looks amazing, Doc. Thank you. You won't believe the impact it's had. Mom's down the woods pick your flowers, and Pops is muttering excitedly about another job he's got for you. So if you hear from Leonard Miller, that'll be him. Next is the playground. Okay. One. I thought I had a whole lot more lined up. Okay. Stretch a bit. Before I continue on. Wait. Okay, so I know Power Wash Sim had co-op, but I didn't know it was limited to 2 people. I thought it'd be like the max lobby size or something. Maybe it's so that you don't like cheese the story and breeze through everything in like a minute. That's probably why, actually. Finder, I've got a frankly ridiculous situation on my hands. You see, some of the local children have been coming down with a curious and unsightly form of dermatitis. And a few fretful folk have been putting it down to the condition of their recreational facilities. It's all nonsense, of course, but if we could just humor them and give the whole thing a thorough hose down, I'd be most grateful. For $600. First, first, I want to ride my bicycle. No, I want to buy the the extensions. Okay, let's see. I want the long extension, so I'll take that. And I can't afford the short, so I think I'll just buy the turbo of that. The long. I don't know if, like when I'll use the turbo, but for now, I'll just get on with the little simple ones. In the floor edge even. I'm leaving a mark. Oh yeah, I can't clean like that. can't leave a little like sticker mark. I think this also is one of the more satisfying levels to do, I think. Because I saw Markiplier play this level with I think Ethan from Crank Gameplays, I believe. And I think they did it in the co-op mode. Oof. This is a bad level to spam tab on. I'm just gonna trust my gut and try not to do it instinctively, but that's a hard habit to break. I can feel myself wanting to press tab, but I must resist. Because I don't want to like... Yeah, that's fair game, because I would have missed all that. I kind of wish you could adjust the intensity of the highlights. Because I am going to be spamming this pretty much every 2 seconds. And that I like to not blind myself. But oh well. I guess I could just like turn on the brightness or something. Yeah, that is pretty bright. Okay, gonna work in, gonna work outside and work in. The long extension actually. You can get like the angles like that. Okay. Now I'll probably have to make another round to get the inner side of the floor edge. It's a good start though. I just want to get the little like outer edge done so I don't. See, I wonder if I can green this. Can I white this actually? Wait, okay, I probably can white this. So I'll just walk around this edge. Corner. I think it's not very often I can't use white nozzle. I missed a little spot. I'd have to go green. But green should be good. That's like a whole nother order of magnitude. Stronger. I'm gonna go a little slower. Because I think speed plays a big part in like how effective your cleaning is. I'm almost on the floor edge. So there's a big chunk here. I hope the majority of like the floor, like the it's on its sections. It's really nice actually. I was gonna say I hope the majority of the floor is like really light dirt, because I can't imagine if like they made you do this whole bright orange speck of dirt. It's really tough dirt. I think what I like, the kind of levels I like in Power Wash Sim are really big levels with light dirt. It's like really big, but really, really weak dirt. I did see an achievement though for washing some sort of like statue with just a white nozzle. So if there's anything like that, I'm assuming that's gonna be the level with a bunch of exactly what I described, really big and really weak dirt. I think I should probably go downstairs and check what I might have for dinner. Especially while it's not like 12 a.m. and I have a chance of like having something made instead of having to make something myself. Which if I had to choose something for myself, I'd probably make a frozen pizza today. Feels about right, because I'm going to be spending a lot of time playing this game, so I thought I might as well pick a simple food option. Yeah, I still gotta think about how I want to do this, because each of these colors is like broken up into like a section, its own section. So, what if I like doing the prepare like this? This circle is relatively small. So what if I just clean this circle? Uh, I shouldn't have pressed tab. The yellow of the yellow nozzle. Match the colors. I never had any exercises like that in like elementary school growing up as a kid. Probably because I didn't need them because I was smart enough already. You know what? I think I will do is like by little sections. So I'll start with this little yellow bit here. Okay, can I green this? Like I said before, this like the main body of dirt is probably really light. I could probably use a wider color for this. Actually, what's the turbo look like? I think it is a lot more fine, a lot less broad. So for now, I'll stick with the green. Oh, I remember. I was about to say, I'm trying to think about what I want to discuss today, and I remember on Twitter I jokingly posted I gotta think of like discussion topics today because I'm gonna be doing this for a long time, so I better have a lot lined up. And I jokingly said like, oh, I better think of stuff other than that one MMO that was doomed to fail, and my whole thesis on why ice is the worst element in Honkai Star Rail, which there is some debate on, and I have a rebuttal. Like there's a caveat. So right before I started stream today, I was watching this like analysis on Honkai Star Rail on like how to beat the MOC 12 or something, how to do the end game content as a pulling guide for who you should pull for. And this guy compiled all the data for all the previous MOC rounds and kept track of how often each week this showed up. And funnily enough, ice was the most common weakness. So he said ice is probably the best element to bring for like your DPS. So make sure to bring in ice DPS in MOC. And when he said that, I was thinking there are 8 ice characters in the game currently. 2 of them, like 3 of them, are DPSs. 2 of them, like one of them, is for AoE and not like MOC. That's disqualified. The other 2 is Misha. the newly released one, who is sadly underwhelming by a large margin. And the other one is Jing Liu, who is probably one of the best characters, and they're going to withstand that test, withstand that position for a long time because they're so versatile. But when I say ice is the worst element, that's not what I mean. So, I mean it as in, like, for a beginner. Because when you first start the game, wait, there is another ice DPS, but he sucks really bad, so I sort of forgot about him. So the reason I say ice is the worst element for a beginner is because when you start the game, make sure you go through the Herta space station, which is like the tutorial. There's not a whole lot of substance there because you gotta get it done fast. It's a tutorial. And then you go to Eurilo 6, which is a planet like covered in snow, and by extension, most of the enemies are made of ice. And by extension of that, resist ice. Okay? And I remember my experience playing through the Eurilo 6 storyline. It took a long time. There was so much stuff to do. On the surface, like half the enemies, ice. Gepard, for the first time, ice. Ice resistant, actually. So, yeah. Half the enemies there, like, resist the ice. You do like half damage to them. It's bad. And then, you get to the underground section, and it's actually a breath of fresh air. Like, ice actually becomes kind of useful because it's a really common weakness to have down there. And then, like, you go through the whole underground section of the storyline, then you go back up to the surface, you're ready to fight the big bad evil guy, or whatever. Then you fight Gepard again, who is still resistant to ice. And it's also powered up since last time you met him, because progression. So you fight him again resistant to ice, you, I don't know, go down a story, go through some gauntlets of fighting stuff back to back. And then you reach Cocolia, who is resistant to ice. So you do like half damage if your main DPS is ice. Okay? And then you get past that, sure. And then you fight Cocolia in her like true form, who is not only resistant to ice, but more resistant to ice than the average. Did you hear the mayor's cat? Ulysses is missing. The whole town's on the lookout for him in the festival. Won't have spring till he's put the hat on. Okay. So, the way resistances work in Honkai Star Rail is, by default, enemies have 20% resistance to an element. So if they're neutral, they have 20% resistance. If they're weak to it, they have a 0% resistance. If they resist it, in most cases, they have 40% resistance. In Cocolia's case, she has 60% resistance to ice, so you deal even less damage. So yeah, my departure warp was Yanqing. Very unfortunate. I mean, he carried me through the early game just fine because early game he's like, you got what you need. Like pretty good damage, all good crit rate on his ult, some utility. And then early game, nothing really matters, so you can do whatever you want. But as you get on to the later games and things become more powerful, the composition and strategy becomes a lot more important, and he really falls by the wayside hard. Especially with the release of Pure Fiction, which converted the once memeable trash tier Himiko and Herta to now top tier no-brainers to pick. And Yanqing is left in the dust, with very little hope of ever like rising up, because the way his kit is designed does not at all line up or synergize with the way the meta is shifting. For example, like core of his kit is his like talent, Soul Steel Sync. You use his skill, and you gain a buff called Soul Steel Sync for 1 turn. And what this does is, it gives you, at its base level, a 50% chance to do a follow-up attack when you hit something, and it has a 50% chance to freeze the enemy, which is pretty nice. Also, it increases your crit rate by like 15%, and I think maybe a bit of crit damage too, and also makes him less likely to be targeted. The catch, however, that if he takes damage, he loses his buff. But you might think, like early game at least, it's not a huge problem because having the buff makes him less likely to be targeted. Late game though, that doesn't matter because everything has AoE, and they're gonna hit the guy next to him, and he's gonna take damage. So, if he loses that buff, he loses all his damage. That's everything right there. So, you basically, if you have him on your team, you absolutely need a shielder. And there are only 2 options that come to mind. Gepard or March 7th. March 7th is, well, I disagree with this a little bit, but she's not really a great shielder, not a great tank, because she can only shield 1 ally at a time, and it costs a skill point each and every time. And also having that shield from her makes you more likely to be targeted. So if you have a shield from her, it better be a strong shield. Because like if that shield breaks and damage takes over, the Yanqing is going to lose his buff, and it's going to lose all his damage. The other option for shielders is Gepard, who is a more superior shielder, but still not super great. Mostly because we have better tanks now. I really better not hit tap in here because I'm gonna like flash in my entire screen if I do. Gepard has pretty much been outshined by Fu Xuan. Because, well, another issue that I'll get into later. But anyway, you know what, shields? Gepard or March 7th is probably your best bet. Which, it's a requirement. So having Yanqing on your team requires 2 slots. 1 for him and 1 for a shielder. So that's a slot that could go to a support or something. So you lose a lot of flexibility just by having him. Also, he has no AoE whatsoever. He cannot hit more than 1 enemy at a time, because that's pretty much the idea of the hunt path. However, the newly released and freely handed out Doctor Ratio does have some form of AoE, because if his skill hits something and kills it, you will still launch the free follow-up attack and hit another random enemy, so you don't lose the damage. Yanqing, however, not do that. If his skill like hits something and the follow-up attack would activate, and the enemy dies, it just gets wasted. Which you hate to see it. So that's the thing. Also, when I say ice is the worst element, you could argue like there's a whole simulated universe path based around ice, and I kind of disqualify that a bit because in the simulated universe, like that's not normal gameplay really. It might be normal if you really love it and you play it all the time, kind of like I do sometimes, but for the most part, I don't count it. Okay, so the question to ask myself is this. would a good ice character be better if they were a different element? And in most cases, I think the answer to that is yes. Like, okay, when I was looking at that guide that said like to use an ice DPS for MLC, and then I thought to myself like, there's only one viable ice DPS in the game, and that's Jingliu. I thought, would would Jingliu be a better character if she was a different element? And the answer to that is actually absolutely yes, because the relic set that gives you ice damage is actually pretty terrible. And like pretty much no one ever uses it. However, if Jigglypuff was, say, quantum element, that would be absolutely game changing. The reason for that is because the quantum relic set is really good. It's so good, in fact, that it's good on characters that aren't even quantum. But if they are quantum, then it's so much better. Because not only do you get a bit of defense threat, which is invaluable, free, you also get a bit of quantum damage, which is a little nice topper on the cake. So, yeah, the only way the Yanqing ever rises up is if they give his whole kit a rework, which probably isn't going to happen. The only time that ever happened in the Hoyoverse history is in Genshin Impact when they buffed Zhongli after China threw a fit. That will probably never happen again in like all of Hoyoverse history. Because I think they were pretty adamant about not wanting to like change existing characters, but China threw a fit big enough that they actually caved and like did it. Which isn't too surprising considering like how much of China's lapdog Genshin Impact is and will always be, no matter what. Oh, good job. We saw the mayor's golf cart. Hello, howdy, Dirt Finder. Put everything on hold. My golf buggy is solid like you wouldn't believe. No. Doc, gave your call details to a colleague who needs a hand with her new place in the suburbs. It's the old Yath place, so I hope you don't get spooked easily. I think there was a time when Markiplier talked about, like, what if there was a haunted house level? Like, you just go through a dirty old haunted house and, like, you clean it up really nice, like you would with any other level. I think that would be a really interesting idea. I think the only problem with that is if someone actually, like, is scared of the idea, even if it's just a normal house. Because in the past, like a couple of years ago, that would have been me. Like, I would have been in that position. Let's see. Shouldn't have pressed tab. With this method of sweeping back and forth rapidly, how about I'll miss a spot somewhere, because then it'll be a pain to find it. Kind of like this. I feel like I cleaned pretty much most of the whole thing, but apparently I missed like 5%. I'll get this blue circle and hope that I catch a bit of the red. put on the long so I can see my glove, and so I don't have to move. I apparently missed so much here. Small red floor. Oh wait, it's in here, right? So this is a viable strat. It's just I missed the whole section organically. Okay, that's better. Then there's this yellow circle. Just think it's a little bit on the inside here, maybe. Maybe there's a spot in here that I miss. Yeah, like that. The corners. I feel like I cut it pretty close sometimes with this really rapid broad strokes technique. I think if I had had this game a long time ago, I would have done like a lot more finer technique, like just slowly walk up and down the printer technique, that I like to call it. I probably got the inside there. And just gotta. I wonder how long I'm gonna go. I did say I'm going to like until either boredom or fatigue, and I'm probably not gonna hit boredom. So actually, give me a second. I just want to like check the time quickly. I probably could have done just by looking to the side because I have two monitors, but it's like a force of habit. I think what I'm half afraid of is like I'm gonna get like a birthday raid like as I'm about to end something, then I'm gonna like feel like half obliged to do another like 2 hours of this, which I wouldn't complain, but I've gotta like get food and stuff. Well, I don't gotta, but it would be healthy too. Would be good for my health too. Is the whole floor clean? I think I got the whole floor. The stego slides. Actually, I'll get this one first. The roundabout. Did I get that already? Oh no, it's just like really, it's dark naturally, so the dirt blends in. Then just get the mount. Okay. I think it's a nice change of pace to not wrap the sweep back and forth and just do a finer technique. for now. So I got food now. I wonder how bad is it on the mic if I like take a bite of my food, like while not muted. Okay, actually it's pretty hot right now. I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes. Hello, Loon. Welcome in. You can see I got my little cake here. Just put it back. There. I couldn't find like a transparent PNG, so I just went with this thing. Hello, Loon. Welcome in. If you needed like sleeping ASMR, you could have like put on my stream because like I've been going at this for 4 hours now, and I plan to go until like either I get bored or fatigue, and I'm not gonna get bored. Yeah. Yeah, you could have listened to like all my good banter. I had some really good stuff. I had like another guy in here. I don't know if they're still here. And I was talking about a bunch of stuff. I was talking about milk. In fact, they had... Okay, so I told them that I was gonna send you a message, and they told me to give them an update on how that went. Okay, I see. Well, if you're wondering where that message came from, it's I can explain. Yeah. Well, I was half not even serious about it. I half thought you just wouldn't even like reply. But let me explain. So earlier I was talking about how I started drinking a lot of milk, and I drank so much milk that I run out of milk like every 2 or 3 days now. Yeah. And that commented like, oh, that one meme like, oh, he needs some milk, and that commented that I don't really know where the origin of that meme was because I saw a few variants of it. My first exposure to that meme was like a guy putting a firecracker under a bucket and sitting on it, and then it blew up and launched him into the air, and he fell on his butt, and things like, and someone said like, "Oh, he needs some milk." And then I explained I saw like later I saw another instance of that meme where some guy was drunkenly running down the road, and somebody was like, "Oh, somebody, he needs some milk," and so I saw that variant of it too. And this was a long time ago, and I was wondering, like, oh, what could it mean? Like, it's probably just nonsense. Maybe someone just wanted to give out some milk. But I was a kid at the time. And what I thought was that, like, oh, maybe, like, this person's suggesting that person needs, like, a milky waifu, if you know what I mean, to make him feel better about his injury. Because if I was injured, I'd feel better if I had a milky waifu, if you know what I mean. And then I thought, like, that's probably a really reason to think I should probably stop. I didn't stop, and that's kind of how I became what I am today. Proudly and like unregrettably. But we'll never know. Maybe that is what they meant. It's like, wouldn't you feel better about being injured if you had a milky waifu? And by that I mean like a very well endowed waifu. Okay. So I recently got delivered food, and I considered eating it on stream when I was going to try, but it's really hot right now. Oh, well, that's more explanation than I ever got in my life, so that's really good to know, actually. It's really helpful. I think my explanation is a bit funnier, though. Although my explanation is probably even less based in science, because it involves anime waifus, which currently don't exist yet. I don't think I've ever broken a bone. And this is where like I bring up that really like jarring, like traumatizing story about how I nearly lost a limb. I just casually bring that to you as you like sit there in shock, wondering like how I could have possibly nearly lost a limb. But that's an exaggeration. I didn't really lose a limb. So when I was in high school, and I guess I'm gonna tell you the story now, and put you in shock. So I was running up the stairs and like I tripped and I fell up the stairs. Like I didn't just trip and fall. I fell up the I fell and I continued sliding up the stairs like 2 or 3 steps, like grazing like my arm on the stairs as I was sliding up. And that was pretty painful. Yeah, it was pretty painful. And that probably dislocated my arm for like a good few minutes. I crawled up the rest of the stairs and I sat there in the corners like waiting until I recovered. And after a bit, I felt my arm slide back into place, and it was one of the weirdest feelings I've ever felt. 'Cause like the way it slid, it could not have slid like that if it was already in place. So I'm pretty sure it was like off the joint. But I put it back, and I have almost no lingering like um effects from it. Almost. Well, okay, so like a couple days after that, like for a few days, I couldn't lift my arm like straight up over my head because, injury. I can do that now though. Like I can do that like 98% of the way I originally could. Yeah. I mean, I still went to all my classes and stuff because, you know, my parents' policy was like, if I'm not in school, I'm in the hospital. And the last time I had a chance to go to the hospital, I tell you that story in frustration because I got food poisoning like one night, and like I was like, I want to go to the hospital. So I asked my mom to take me to the hospital, and she's like, It's really late. There's gonna be a really big lineup. It's gonna be faster if we just wait for tomorrow and then go. And in my head, I was thinking, wow, it's I'm really glad to know where your priorities are. I'm really glad like our priorities are inconvenience and not necessity. But she might have been right. Like maybe it really would have been better to wait till tomorrow. Maybe we didn't want to like jump the gun, like and have to pay for parking because our healthcare might be free, but the parking definitely isn't. Like hospital parking in Canada is where they get you. Like, oh, you go to the hospital and like you visit someone in the hospital and you pay for parking. You go for like 20 minutes and it's like a $50 parking fee for like 10 minutes. Okay, then I won't tell you the status of that. But I will tell you that I'm still alive and it went fine. Yeah, like I might have just been overreacting, but I think it was justified to react that way because it's so rare that I have like I'm in a condition, a position where like I'm not able to function at all. Like I really need to I need to like be knocked out, basically. So rare. Well, yeah. I guess digestive stuff can work itself out, except for like some probably genetic stuff that my family has. It's supposedly genetic that we never got looked at because, well, it's just digestive stuff. It'll work itself out. Yeah. So what I'm talking about is like, I don't know about my two sisters, but my mom and I like get diarrhea a lot, and we tried to go to the doctor about it, and the doctor says like, oh, it's just stress, and they're probably right because what I've noticed is that it gets a lot worse and a lot more frequent with me when I'm stressed. Like for example, um, for example, if my grandma was living here for a time and my days are very frequently filled with a lot of screaming and frustration, in that case, then I get diarrhea a lot more often. But that usually doesn't happen until now. Actually, it used to be a lot worse actually, because when I was like in middle school, what would happen is I would end up like getting diarrhea every single day. So I would wake up sick and I'd have to go to school because the policy, if I'm not in school, I'm in the hospital. So yeah. So I would go to school and then like I would have to like just go to the washroom because I'd be sick. And I'd be marked absent like 70% of the time because I couldn't attend like the classes because I'd be sick. And then I'd have to like explain to my mom later because like in high school and below, if you're not in classes unexpectedly, then like they give your house a call, and like you have to explain it. Understandably so, because like if they lose track of a kid, that's not a good look. And I have to explain this. Oh, like take better care of yourself and all that. And I'd love to, except I'm forced to be in school by law and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I do hate it, but I don't like. I never really thought about it because every school I've known, like elementary, middle school, and high school, they all do that. Like, so I thought that was just normal. Are there schools that don't do that? Because like, I kind of get it. Because like, if a child goes missing and they're like 10 years old, and no one knows where they are, I feel like that's cause for concern. I just feel like it should be painted more like a concern, like, and less of a "why weren't you here?" like "why you're irresponsible" kind of thing. I wonder if my food's cooled down by now. I wanted to see how bad like the food sounds were, because it's not crunchy, but I have been criticized for eating on mic before, and I've forever been self-conscious about that. You can kind of see it like on the mic, but it doesn't look too jarring. Well, you see, I have a headset, so I can't really like lean away from the mic. Yeah, so I just ate like a meatball. I have wontons. Sometimes, okay, sometimes I wonder if my voice would sound better if I had like a proper standing mic and not just a cheap mic bundled with a headset. Because like everyone knows the classic crispy mic audio. So I wonder like would I sound better at all if I had a proper mic? I thought about my voice like on occasion, and I might have told you this before, but I always feel like my voice sounds like Anna Alouette because I think it sometimes sounds really nasally and stuff like that. But also, that's probably okay. Well, if anyone has a right to say this, it's me. It might also be because Anna Alouette's Chinese and I'm also Chinese, so maybe we're just really nasally. Granted, though, my voice isn't as high pitched. If it was, I think I'd feel a lot more self-conscious. But I think when you imagine the nasally sounding voice, you couple it with like an annoying character. Sorry, Anna Alouette. But then sometimes I think to myself, and I talked about this earlier on stream when I don't think like as many, I don't think anyone was here. I like the sound of Anna Alouette's voice, and then I thought about something. Would you criticize like yourself for having a quality that you like in other people? Because it sounds kind of weird because I don't like my voice because I feel like I sound like Anna Alouette, but I like Anna Alouette's voice. So how does that make sense? What if I secretly do like my what if through Anna Alouette I actually like my voice? Oh well. Anyway, it's time to munch. You know what it makes me think of? Okay, so I think a nasally voice makes me think Valley Girl. And that kind of bothers me because when I was younger, my sister spoke like a Valley Girl. And I think originally it was supposed to be like a joke, it's supposed to be ironic, but she started adopting the habit like unironically, and I kind of got annoyed with it. However, I think Veer pulls it off fine, because I think Veer does do it ironically. So it's fine. Also, probably because I've had better experiences with Veer than I had with my sister, so that probably helps too. Yeah. I don't. Okay, so I don't have a word to describe it, but I've always described it as like bro girl. Callie sounds like a bro girl, you know, like a homie, and I think I kind of see it. Like, you kind of sound like that too. I think what I mean by that is like you don't sound like girly, but you sound like someone I can like trust and rely on, you know? You sound like a real one. Yeah. Like I don't know how to describe. You sound like a real one, and you probably are. I don't. I think I've been told before that like some people like my voice, although that was a long time ago, and maybe the compliment expired. You know that meme where it's like, if you tell a guy a compliment, he'll remember it for like 20 years or something, remember it for the rest of his life. I'm wondering if I have anything like that. If I remember like a compliment that I've received that I still hold dear to me today. Huh? Well, okay, well, I don't know what to say to that, but I appreciate it. I just don't know what to say. I think that is a really high compliment actually, because I know for a fact I'm not one of those like super hype people. I'm not like, I'm not like I don't scream in excitement or at all really. I feel like okay, so I always joke about how I never emote and how I'm numb, and that is mostly a joke. But I feel like if I want to be interesting in any way, I really need to lean to that. I think I need to find a way to make that work for me and my brand to really like, find my place in the universe. I mean, I don't fluster, and I'm pretty proud about that fact. Actually, yeah, I'm well aware that you fluster pretty frequently and pretty easily. And actually, it's one of the things I like to tease you on because I find it amusing. I find it like kind of funny to see you flustered. However, to a certain extent, I think people do like being flustered. No, nobody would ever admit it, but I think generally, I think I think it just gives you a warm feeling. Like kind of in the same way like I say nobody would ever admit that they like being teased. Nobody. And so and I know by saying that that puts me in question. So I have to clarify. It's it's good if done right. Like for me, I think I'm really like potentially iffy on it, like if you really don't know me. Because like generally I tend to not take nonsense from someone if like I don't really know them. So if I let you get away with something, it's you're probably good in my books, at least. Okay, so I try to. Okay, I think I would describe myself as being like really open and honest, and like I will say my honest opinions about what I think. In the same way that I argue that I don't have a hair fetish, it's an admiration. I don't look at hair and like immediately go down bad. I look at hair and I get down bad after at least 2 seconds. Important distinction. Okay, so about being tickled though, I think I think it can be an enjoyable experience if done right. However, in my case, that's a really fine line because if you do it too much, I think it would quickly go from fun to like actual panic if you did it wrong to me. So probably don't do that to me unless you're really close to me, both like emotionally and physically, because I don't want to find out how you tickle me like across like 100 miles. Unless unless you're gonna see something really funny. Which actually I invite you to try. Kind of like how when I make you laugh, like that one time I did the prison bit on Stardew Valley on Zix's stream with you, and then Zix saying like, "Oh, did that tickle you?" I like that saying. That must have tickled you. Okay, actually, speaking of my personality, I think that okay, so I think a lot about like how I laugh, or or better yet, how I don't laugh, because you really don't really hear it much at all, if ever. I think I think I'm someone who has like nearly 100% of the time, if I ever do laugh, it's more like a refined laugh. Like I'm a rich flim flam man, you know? Like like I find your attempt amusing kind of laugh, and less like actually dying laughing. Like if somebody can do that, if someone can like actually make me die laughing, I'd welcome it until I actually die. Which actually I guess is a really nice thing to say. If somebody could actually make me die laughing, I would appreciate that moment until the day I die. Which came out a whole lot more wholesome than I thought it would, but I think it tracks. Is that a little bit of clipping in the foliage I see? I think okay. I think I've told you this before, but I think uh I think I would be like more likable as a person and more appreciated if I laughed more often, because the impression I often give people is that like I'm disinterested and that like I think they're not funny. Oh, just the extraordinary power, Dr. Power Wash. We got your details from Cal. We've got a dirty old house in need of some TLC. And okay, like I'm gonna be honest, there are a lot of times where I really am disinterested, but there are also a lot of times where I am interested, but it just doesn't show. Or like the person I'm engaging with doesn't pick it up because, not everybody appreciates good telepathy like you and me, you know? Like we need mind readers, so like we don't have to speak our minds. But also, not only do I think I'd be like more likable if I laughed more, I'm also worried that if I ever do actually burst out laughing, people are gonna make a big deal of it, and I really don't want that to happen. If I ever do laugh, my wish is that no one makes a big deal of it. Like, I want people to treat it as if it's an everyday occurrence. This is why I can never become a webcam streamer. Because if you could see my like actual facial expressions, my brand of being dead inside would be dead outside. Yeah, I know. Like I've told you this before, and you said that it might like sneak out because like you'd be so happy to hear it, but you would try to like respect my wishes, and that's good. Like if you accidentally made a big deal of it, I don't think I'd mind because I've already like told you beforehand. I think it also depends on who I'm with, because like if I like a person, then like I'm more likely to laugh at whatever they do, which is which is why I like watching you play Hollow Knight and Dark Souls. I feel like I laugh at my own jokes more than anything, which I guess makes sense because I know what I want to hear. I just wish I heard it in a voice that's not mine. Well, you see, the reason I can laugh at my own jokes is because I do so really silently. And so I do so silently enough that you can't hear probably, and so you can't judge me or think I'm weird or cringe because you don't know that I am doing it. However, a lot of the time, if I'm telling a funny story, then sometimes I might come close to laughing, and if you listen closely, you might be able to hear it. You might be able to hear my voice shake as I try and not to laugh. Yeah, I think that like sort of happened today, like when I was telling the story about the milky waifu. I think there are a couple stories that I could tell that would put me at risk of laughing. So like in my voice on occasion, you can either hear like it's either laughter or fear. Because the other day I was playing Lethal Company solo because I want to like get a bit more Lethal Company in. And I was playing solo and like I'd be in the facility alone, knowing I'm alone, like at least hopefully, and like I'd be trying to like make commentary and commentate and stuff. I'd be like, ha, uh, this place is really cool, and you could probably hear my voice shaking if you like went back and listened to it, because like I was scared a little bit. Okay. Uh, Actually, there was a thing that I had planned to ask you, but I forgot. I want to ask you like if you would ever be interested in like technically collabing with me on the company, but like not really a super serious collab, like just having you on and like sitting in the truck in case things go bad, and like just having you on the walkie-talkie. That's it, really. Like if you came on, I would be totally sure if you stayed like in the ship the whole time and didn't go anywhere. That'd be cool with me. I would just be like happier and more confident and brave if you were just like existing. I have to ask you that sometime. Also, I found out that I'm pretty good at getting beehives in Lethal Company. So, if we're ever playing Lethal Company again, like with a group or something, and you see a beehive, and you don't trust yourself or Zix's fighting spirit to get it, let me handle it. Like, if Zix wants to try, like, I'll let him try. I'll, and I'll watch. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm trying to set it low, like low commitment in case you're not interested and you just like show up out of obligation or something. Like, oh, you could just sit in the truck and do nothing. That's cool. Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you what, like, so in my entire Lethal Company stream solo, I think I only died a single time. Like I can tell you how. So I was doing a run and I thought like, oh wow, I'm really good at getting beehives. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to like collect the beehives and try and like hold on to them for as long as possible. And I think I had like 2 or 3 beehives in my ship, like as a mark of pride. And then I went to a place that was stormy because the other beehive place was like eclipsed. Yeah, so I went to like a stormy place and I saw a beehive, so I thought, okay, great. I'm gonna pick up that beehive and I'm gonna run. So what I didn't know was that beehives conduct electricity. I didn't know that. So like I thought it was fine because it's an organic material. So I run in, I pick it up, and I hear like this little like buzzing, and I'm like, wait, do beehives conduct electricity? And then in that moment, I get smited from God, and I lose all my beehives. And that was the one day before quota too. So the day ended, I lost all my stuff, and I had nothing to sell. So the run ended. Yeah. So I know Lethal Company is like, it does a little bit of balancing for single player, but really not a whole lot. Because in single player solo, if you die, the run's over because you lose everything. there's no chance of like, getting away. Like you lose all your scrap. If you die on like day one of a quota and have 2 more days left, maybe you're fine. But if you die on like day 2 or 3, like you are not fine. Because even if you like really good at the game and you get a bunch of stuff, you're just one guy. And you have to like for every large item, that's an entire trip back and forth. So yeah. Also, I made a joke that like I just go for a grade B. I'm really lucky and grateful that I'm really good at getting beehives because if I wasn't good at getting beehives, I would probably not make it very far at all. It's like I'd run into the facility and I'd stick to the walls. I'd stay within like 2 rooms of the entrance, not go too far, and I'd pick up like a $17 like sheet of scrap, like a bell, something, maybe an engine, and I'd bring it back to the ship, and it's like 60 scrap. I get one beehive, and it's like 120 scrap for a single beehive. The beehives like carried me like the whole time. Yeah, that's another thing like I realized, like if you play with a group, like that's not a serious time. That's a fun time with friends as a group. But in solo you have to play smart. Because if you make a mistake, it's game over. Like you lose all your stuff. Like you gotta start over. So yeah, play smart. Yeah. I think I might have like a clip or two from the company. Yeah. So I think one time I remember was like it was like a little bit dark and I was heading back to the ship and I was thinking to myself, wow, I got a beehive today. Like I got some scrap too. It's really nice. And then as I'm like on the deck of the ship, I hear the ominous music you hear like when you see a dead body or a monster. And so I just like I bolt inside the ship and I turn around and there was a giant like right there. Like I just walked inside, I turn around and like the giant is on the deck of the ship. So I was that close to death. Yeah. The giant was close enough to me that it played the ominous sound when I didn't even see it. So that thing was in range. Yeah. Like, I've been playing games for like, I'm lagging. I've been playing games for like over 20 years. In that time, like, you really learn how to like become the game. Be one with the game, like almost in a literal sense. There's also like, I had an idea for a meme like a long time ago and it never quite left my mind. The meme that like, if you're playing a game and like, I don't know, someone someone in your house gets shot or something, your house gets broken into, or there's a fire. What's your first instinct? Your first instinct is probably going to be to pause your game. I think that's kind of funny. It's funny. It's like a normal person might think like, oh, you run in there, get the safety, like get help or something. But no, the first thing you do, pause your game, and then you worry about what's going on. And I don't think it's that bad because like it just takes a second. If you had to like run to like a bonfire or something in Dark Souls, like run across the map, you probably don't do that. You probably just go run, like handle the situation. But if it's just like pressing escape once, that's perfectly valid. In fact, if you're a software engineer and you're like working at a company, they teach you if there's a fire, save your work to the cloud, like push it to the repository before you evacuate. They tell you to do that. And like I hope you can do it quickly because they're pretty serious about that. Like commit your changes, save your work, share your work. It's a little bit of a meme, like in the programming field. But it's also pretty serious. Pretty serious in like a lighthearted way. You're probably not gonna lose your job if like you disobey that. Unless you're working on like some really vital things. In which case, it becomes a difficult situation. Because A, you lost something really valuable that you were working on. And B, if you were working on that valuable thing, you're probably the only one who can work on it, so they kind of can't fire you. So, I think the logistics of disciplinary actions in a programming sense is kind of a back and forth thing. Sometimes I think to myself, for somebody who claims to hate programming, I should talk about it a lot. But I think I just tell stories about it from my experience. Cause check. Okay. My mom just came in. She was looking for a pen. Like a pen of a different color. Which I can firmly tell you we don't have. Because she was doing a Sudoku puzzle and she like made a mistake and she needed a different color. Yeah. I mean, I would really encourage her to do her like Sudoku puzzles in pencil. Like, because that can happen like so frequently. I'm just glad she didn't ask for a whiteout. Because like maybe we have a black or blue pen somewhere. We do not have a red pen. That's 100% certain. And also, we do not have whiteout. That is also 100% certain. I mean, I guess put that on my wish list for Christmas then. That's a joke, by the way. And I say this jokingly and lovingly, but I would rather benefit like during a gift season over my mom. Like sure you can say like I'm greedy and selfish, but at least I'm open about that kind of thing. I feel like I've been on this level for a bit too long. I feel like I should have been finished by now. But that might be because like I'm eating and also I'm streaming. Yeah. Actually, I probably have some gel pens somewhere. Okay, so when I was in school, I was a little bit of a kleptomaniac, but in a good way, kind of. So most of my school supplies, like through like well, mostly up until middle school, have been me going like starting the year with like one pencil and an eraser, and then as the year goes by, I scavenge and like pick up lost pencils and stuff from other people, from other students. And at the end of the year, I'll have like this big bundle of like stuff. In middle school, that became my thing. Like I became that guy who doesn't have a pencil case, but what I had was this big bundle of pens and pencils and erasers and stuff. And that sort of became a meme. If I wasn't such a threatening presence like back then, I probably would have been made fun of for being poor. But thankfully, I was a threatening presence, so no one dared to like say anything. Sometimes I kind of wonder what like the other kids thought about me because I absolutely was a presence, like a bit of a threatening presence. I think I should take a bite of my food because my food's getting a bit cold. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So one time, like around the start of a new school year or something in high school, I was sitting on the bus and I overheard some people like talking about like, oh, I wonder what these new people are gonna be like. I wonder if they're how they're gonna learn like all the norms and rules. And I heard them talking about me because like I heard them say like, oh, I wonder how they're gonna learn about Rai. How are we gonna tell them? Because Rai, like they said I quote, Rai Senpai demands respect. They said that, and One, like, that's the first time someone actually unironically referred to me as a senpai, which I guess is kind of funny and cool. And two, well, I got an idea what they thought of me. But wow, they actually referred to me as a senpai. I think it's funny. I mean, I don't think they were doing it in an endearing way. I think they said senpai to just be like, they said it ironically. Should use like the yellow. The yellow's probably better for like my fast sweeping potions. Actually, I kind of wonder. So I thought like maybe they didn't like despise me at all. Like that might be partially true. However, it was also really common that like they'll like poke fun at me a lot because like my reactions were like pretty good. Or like they would get somebody else to poke fun at me, like hoping that I would lash out at them because apparently that was a sight to behold. So maybe they weren't so great after all. They were okay. I stuck around them. I bared with them. I mean, and okay, to be honest, I kind of liked seeing them in fear, you know? I kind of liked having them fear me. Like, there was this one guy who, like, kind of like my nemesis, and he's like, you know what? I'm following this kid home. So I like follow, like we get off the bus together because we get off at the same stop, and I just start following him, and like he's getting freaked out. And by the way, we were kids at this. Like, okay, like if we were adults, sure, that would probably be like kind of illegal, but we were kids. So I start following home, and he's like getting kind of freaked out, and I'm just like, don't worry about me, just keep going where you're going, and like it was kind of amusing to see him like freak out a little bit. So like I walk him out, like I follow him like to the end of the road, and then like I turn around, and go my separate ways. I don't think he bothered me like much after that, so mission accomplished, I guess. He was like one of the worst, like the worst examples of it. Because most people they'll just try something once and then like they dare not risk it again. But this guy, this was a cocky guy. So yeah, with you saying that like kids mostly think about themselves, and, like everyone's selfish, I had a thought like just last night actually. So like I 100% lean into like being a selfish person. I like actively present myself as a selfish person and joke about it. And I think I thought about it for a second. Like I think I thought about a reason like why I'm like that, and it's because when I think about something, those are my thoughts. So of course they'd be selfish, because I'm the one thinking those thoughts. And when I realized that, I feel like the world became a bit clearer. Like, I was already fine being like that, but thinking about that, making that realization, I think I think knowing that would take a bit of pressure off of worrying about being selfish. Because like, if you think you're selfish, those are your thoughts. So, of course they are. I actually tried like to tend to not think about like where my fellow students are now, because if I'm being real, I don't think I'm exactly in like the most prideful position right now in my life. Like I'm okay with that. Like I just don't really want to share that with like those people because I wasn't particularly close to those people really. One like little issue I had was like I think I had a lot of time attaching to people. Like you get attached to everything and everyone. I have a hard time doing that because like I would spend time with people, do like friend stuff, and for whatever reason, I just didn't feel any connection build. And I thought that was really weird. Like I thought this is what you do. Like I like hanging out with these people, but I don't really feel a connection to them. I think that must have been just been a weird time for me in my life. That's probably like why. Maybe it's because I thought like my friends were going down some like weird paths. Cause like I think I had one friend who like at the time, right before we graduated, I was worried like he was going down like to go down like a life of crime. So I thought like, you know what? I wish this guy the best, but I don't really want to be involved with what this guy gets up to. So yeah, yeah. I think I do a lot better online too. So like people always say like, oh, you're a totally different person like online than you are offline. And in most cases they mean that as in like online people are like trolls, they're mean. They say things like they wouldn't normally say because they hide behind a mask and all that. But in my case, that is true. I do like act in a way I don't normally act in real life online because there's like a layer of separation. However, I am nicer online than I am in person. But like it's not even close. Like maybe you think I'm a saint, like because you see me online, but I'm not exactly like that in person. Like especially if I don't know you. Yeah. Get this like support strut. Yeah. Who would have thought that all that matters in the real world is like who we are on the inside rather than who we are on the outside? Who would have thought? I want to finish my food so I can like fully focus on the game, not have to like pause every 30 seconds. Well, maybe this is just me being greedy, but I want, for lack of a better phrase, I want it all. I want to eat my food, enjoy the game, and enjoy your company. I feel like I can do at least two of those three. And well, considering I take a pause whenever I take a bite, I think it's pretty evident which two I choose. Hey, welcome back, man. I just got some food. I'm just finishing up my food, so I'll be able to like fully focus again in like a minute or two. Last bite. And I'm free again. I can speak again as I play. So what was I saying? Yeah. What were we saying again? Let me scroll up a bit. Oh yeah, real world and all that. I used to like look down on kids a bit because I used to think like, oh, they're just kids. Like I don't, they don't know, which kind of ironic because earlier I was talking about like how unfortunate it is that nobody takes little kids seriously, and I've fallen like victim to that cognitive bias as well. However, I sort of fell out of it like when I was going to the library to use their 3D printer, because this was about the time where I was like really into Undertale and like 3D printing. So what I did was like I like 3D modeled a little like Undertale heart figure to print, and I was going to make it a locket. Oh, being sold is fungicidal, cheap, and just an absolute joy to pour. Admittedly, it is also profoundly toxic to humans when ingested. Swings and roundabouts. Oh. So I did all that like 3D modeling stuff. I always had like a big interest in 3D modeling and 3D printing, but that was really difficult to pursue because 3D printers are expensive. Yeah, and it took a couple tries because like I think one time I got the scale wrong and I printed like a 1/20th like scale version of what I wanted, so it was like way too small. And the next time it would have worked, but it literally wasn't even my fault. So I put in my model in the 3D printer and let it print, and then like the printer had an issue where it didn't stick to the platform, so it was just moving around, moving the entire structure and just creating a big blob, and like that was a big waste of time because 3D printing takes hours. And this was a public 3D printer, so I had to stay there and watch it. I couldn't just leave. That was like 2 hours of my life wasted for a pile of goo. God, you're gooey. The third time, and I think one of the reasons like they were so friendly to me is because like they recognized me because I've been there multiple times and not had any success. A lot of those failures was their fault, not mine. So the third time, I got a successful print. I actually have it here right now. I have it in front of me. I never got to turn it into like a necklace because I didn't have the thread for it. But I do have it. It's like a little like golden heart color. Like think of the Undertale heart, that's what it is. In like a little golden color. And there are these like little like 2 holes for the thread to go in. But also, it splits in two, like down the middle. Like when you die in Undertale, your heart splits in half. I made it like that, and I made it so it clips together into one. So it's really cool, and I have that. And if I like grinded it down a little bit, it would probably be perfect and be the exact product I wanted. Except I didn't really like, have the tools for that. I just sort of have it. And at this point, I'm not really into Undertale anymore. Like I still like it, and I'm glad that it consumed as much of my like teenage years as it did. Although the Undertale fandom is, well, it leaves a lot to be desired. Actually, yeah. Oh yeah, I was talking about this kid. So I was there printing off like one of my things, and this kid comes into the library and like it's this little girl, and it looked pretty like strangely dressed, kind of like blue hoodie, like black shorts and stuff. So she was wearing a Sans cosplay, and she was talking to her dad, like, and that caught wind, like, oh, she's an Undertale fan. And in order to seem cool, like, I booted up the library computer on my account, and on a USB stick, I had like some Undertale fan games, so I played it with the hope that they would see me and hopes that they would think I'm cool, which they did, and they did think I was cool. And they were like, "Oh, you're playing Undertale. I love that game." And in my head, I'm thinking like, "Oh yeah, I'm playing Undertale. I'm gonna, I'm gonna roast you, little kid. See how much you know about this game. See if you're a real fan." So I did, and it turns out this kid was actually really, really well read on Undertale things, and I was actually impressed. Like, that kid, like, sort of changed my cognitive bias to believe that maybe kids are actually smarter than we give them credit for, because they, like, were really well read on Undertale things. And then I print finished, and there was a blob of goo, and then I went home in fury. But yeah, the kid. I think one other reason why like a lot of people are so apprehensive around kids is because like I think for some people there's like a fear of being accused of being a predator, which is like that's no light accusation. And well, if someone accuses you of that, you instantly look bad, and it's like it could instantly like turn your life upside down on the spot. So I think that's one reason why people are so apprehensive around kids. Like, if you say you like kids, like you sound a little suspicious when you probably shouldn't. Like, if you're a daycare like worker and you like kids, that's great. If you say you like kids and people don't know you're a daycare worker, you sound a little suspect. And I think that's really unfortunate that we live in a world like that. I bring this up because like a couple days ago I saw this clip of Regis Altair, the VTuber, like learning how to say some things in like another language. And so like he asked someone how to say a certain phrase, and they said like, "Oh, you say that phrase like this." And then they gave the example, and then Altair, Regis Altair was like, "Oh, okay. Well, what if I say this?" And he says some slight alteration of the phrase, and then the other guy reveals like he actually said he likes kids. And then he was like, "Oh no, I can't believe I said that. I'm gonna get canceled." But that's actually like an okay thing to say, right? You can like kids, and now I'm gonna get canceled for it. Someone's gonna clip that, and I'm gonna like be put on the spot. But like, if you're a daycare worker or something, you can like kids. If you're a parent, you can love your kid. I think I really hate that people like associate that with like being a predator. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so for a bit, I was going to like humor you on that and like actually say something really bizarre, but on second thought, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna cancel myself this early on, especially on that. If I get canceled, I want it to be for something a little bit more like meaningful, like I don't know, walkable cities or something. I know that's like a hot topic to some people. actually thinking of kids, I remember like I saw this one screenshot that was apparently like of Yander dev on like some sort of like chat room or something, and he was saying like, "Oh, you're manipulating me. I'm being abused," and the person who was talking to was like, "I'm 16," and apparently that's been going around the internet for a while, and it's been like pretty funny. I wonder, what if I was manipulated and like taken advantage of by a 16-year-old in a funny context? Yeah. For a time, my sister was actually like really looking forward to playing Yandere Simulator. Like way back in the day, back when she still lived here. Like, I remember one day she talked about like how she was excited for like this game called Yandere Simulator, and I'm like, yeah, I heard about that game. And she's like, she pulled me aside and was like, do you know what a Yandere is? And I'm like, yeah. It's like, are you sure you know? I'm like, yeah, yeah, I know what a Yandere is. And she asked me, I'm like, yeah, you kill people for love, and like she's okay, like okay, yeah, you know what it is. Like, who do you take me for? What do you think? Do you think I'm that clueless? Eh. My family wouldn't let me watch Higurashi because they thought it would be too intense for me. I mean, I never did watch Higurashi because, well, I heard it was pretty intense. But like, I know the whole thing with the Higurashi. I know like the meme. £100 of applesauce. That reminds me. That reminds me. Like one time I was playing an MMO and like I was like eating a bit of food. Like I was playing with my friend and like some guy he met. And, like the guy was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "Hey, I'm eating Jello right now." And for whatever reason, because I said I was eating Jello, he thought I was like a little kid. And he's like, he started acting really weird. Like, I said I was eating Jello. He's like, "Oh, like, uh, well, there was no transition." He just sort of asked me a bunch of questions. Like, he asked like, do you live with your mom? Like, do you guys live alone? Do you like, does she play this game too? Do you talk to your mom a lot? And I'm thinking like, what kind of person is this? What kind of person asks questions like that? I don't even know you. And so like, I said to him like, hey, like, why are you asking me these questions? That's kind of weird, man. It's like, he started getting really defensive, and I'm like, I pulled my friend aside like, hey, like, where'd you meet this guy? Like, he's kind of weird. And then he accused me of like, telling my friend like, oh, he's such a bad person, and like, I'm telling my friend how bad he is, and my friend's like, no, and it's like, this guy is like a problem. This guy's no good. Yeah, like, yeah, that guy was weird. So I kind of don't like the guy because like he was weird and like he was asking questions that indicated he wants like break into my house. But two, like I told my family about it and they're like, "Oh my God, the internet is such a dangerous place. We can't let you talk to strangers." And I'm thinking like, I wasn't gonna answer his questions. I'm telling you guys because I thought this was a notable occasion. They're like, "Oh, we gotta protect you from the internet. We gotta like limit the games you play." And like, well, that was really unnecessary, and so like that guy sort of like cost me a bunch of like freedom too. So yeah, and anyone who knows me knows that I unfortunately lack a lot of freedom and privacy. but you get used to it. Yeah. Have a flamethrower. Yeah. Don't we all? I thought it was fairly easy to make a flamethrower, which I will not be explaining on Twitch for, you know, semi-obvious reasons. But I thought like you could, if you like knew what to do. If you're curious, why don't you Google how to make a flamethrower and like I'm sure Google Senpai and the FBI will tell you. Yeah, I'm sure the FBI will be happy to explain it to you. Actually, like, I'm still not gonna, but would it even be that bad? Because, like, I thought you could just buy one. Like, didn't Elon Musk have, like, a commercially available flamethrower that you could just buy and have, like, sent to your house? Like, you would think something like that would probably be, like, you know, I don't know, government regulated or something, but apparently you could just buy one. I think it's pretty expensive, though. I don't think it's worth it. Also, I don't need one. Actually, I don't. Yeah, let's. Yeah, you don't need a flamethrower. Yeah. Like, I wonder if I had any urges as a kid. I probably did, because didn't we all? But I wonder if I have any interesting ones. I don't know if I did. Okay, so I think I do kind of have like this one way of thinking I used to like think about a lot, and it was for like when I learned to drive and like get a car for myself, and that thinking was like, if I ever get in a collision, I want like the other car to have more damage to myself, which, I mean, it kind of makes sense why you think that, but you better not actually wish that, because if that happened, like, if the other car looked worse than yours, it's gonna look bad for you. So yeah, especially if they don't survive, it's gonna look real bad for you. So you better hope that The cars look equally as banged up. Yeah, I think I kind of get that. Like, it's like the feeling of being hugged and like held, right? Is that it? Because if that's it, then okay, physically, like caving, yeah, probably don't actually go caving, but like, yeah, I mean, like me standing in a corner of my house, kind of like comfy. Yeah, no caves for me, thanks. I'm talking more like, standing in a corner in your house, kind of like snug in a tight space. Okay, so like in TV shows and media, like with like a high school setting or something, you know how like high school bullies like they shove you into a locker and stuff? Do people actually do that in real life? Because I feel like if you did that in real life, like I feel like you could get like arrested for that because that would be so severe. Like locking someone in a confined space for like an indeterminate period of time, literally confining them so they can't get out. I've never been forced into one either. Probably because I'm not an easy target, so that's probably why. I don't think that happens in real life. I hope it doesn't happen in real life because I think that's like one of the worst things you can do to somebody. A story about that, huh? I think I have a hard time believing that they'll be easy to get out of because, like, it's still metal, isn't it? Granted, like, you could break metal, like I've done it before, but probably wouldn't be easy. Yeah. Oh, the hinge. Right, that's probably more accurate. You're probably right about that. My school gym never had lockers. I wonder, have I ever seen like a school gym with lockers? I don't think I have actually. But yeah, those. I think I've seen those at like a swimming pool. I see more lockers at swimming pools than I do like in like workout gyms. Like how big a cubby are we talking about? Because if we're talking about like a 1 square foot cubby, I don't know about that. Could you like compress yourself into like 1 cubic foot or something? Like 1 cubic foot. Like uh how much is 1 cubic foot? 1 cubic foot or 30 centimeters, like yeah. I think that's what we're talking about here. Those tiny cubby lockers. Oh, I got an ad. Just like spraying. Oh, finally. Got the roof cleaned. So close to finish this level. Then I can crack open another level for another like 2 hours. Yeah. I think maybe when I was like a really small child, I could have fit in like a school locker, but I think I grew like outside of that range pretty quickly. I mean, confidence. You see that confidently if you know you're 4'11". Well, you're not the shortest person I know. I have a cousin who's like shorter than that. Yeah. Like they insist that they're 4'9.5". They're very insistent about that point 0.5, as you do. sometimes I think it's funny because like they didn't grow very tall as a kid, and their parents would give them a lot of trouble. Like, oh, look at me, look at Rai. Like, Rai drinks milk. Rai eats a lot of food. If you be like him, you're gonna be tall too. Ah, went to high school. So you're fairly young then. Not like us old folk. It's my birthday. I'm 1 year older. I think I used to have a fast metabolism, and then what happened was like, for my 16th birthday specifically, my sister bought me like, I think it was $100 of McDonald's food, and like, I ate that for my birthday. And I think it was that day, that moment, where I lost my fast metabolism when I ate all that food. Boomer. Well, I'm not quite a boomer, you see. We won't take this slander. Onto ability build. Okay. So, oh yes, there's still that thing. I want to do the benches like trash cans at last. I wonder if I can climb up this thing. What's left? I chop on all the small stuff now. 29 forever. Oh, look at all this little grime I left. See what's left. Small things. Having pull guards. Oh yeah, can't believe I missed that one. I get up. Yeah, I was thinking like you sound familiar. Like I think I recognize your name from somewhere, but I don't quite remember where. Doesn't sound familiar. All right. So It's just like the little things left, the benches and bins. Oh yeah, probably Miri. Like I watch Miri the giraffe a lot. I'm there very often, so it's probably there. Actually, like before I started my stream today, I stopped by their chat a little bit, and they sang me happy birthday. Yeah, Miri the giraffe. Yeah, I think they're probably the person I rate into the most. I think they're the streamer who I spend the most time watching, who I don't personally know. Yeah. Yeah, they're the kind of stream that like I bully, because I feel like everybody needs like a stream like that, a streamer they can bully without repercussions, or yeah, without repercussions. Yeah, that's how you know I'm a real one, because I know you guys' culture. Yeah. You know, for as much as I bully Miri, I think I have to commend Miri, like at least a little bit, because like she can take so much bullying, and like that's good. And then there are other streamers who like really firm on their boundaries, which is also really good because you should be really firm on your boundaries. I think just the other day, another streamer I watched like released a new rule set, like a whole new rule document with like a bunch of stuff. And like it's good that they lay out all these guidelines, the boundaries, but they are very detailed and strict. Like for example, no joking about sex, no flirting in my chat, no no making fun of, no calling me a smooth brain, stuff like that. I mean, good. It's good that you lay out those boundaries, so I can't complain about that. But Miri just takes everything. Just takes it all. Yeah, me, I don't know if like, I don't know what I would be, because like, probably because I don't think I get enough people to bully me. Like, I think Eagle has occasionally come into my chat and like tried to bully me, but I don't really like respond too much. So maybe I'm immune to that. Maybe I'm resistant to streamer bullying. It also probably helps a lot that I'm competent at the games I play. Me, when I realized it's more, it's probably like more likable to be bad at a game than be good at it. Because if you're bad at a game, then people come in and they cheer you on, they encourage you and help you. If you're good at a game, at best, people just think you're really cool and maybe like they think you're unapproachable, and then you've lost an opportunity to meet somebody. Yeah. So in this case, people think you're unapproachable and they don't approach you. Let me hydrate. Because I've been talking for 6 hours. What was I saying? Yep. I think I did say I was going until fatigue. Until fatigue or boredom. Which I might actually do another one after this. I was saying like, best case scenario, if you're really good at a game, people think you're cool and unapproachable. Worst case, people just want to kick your ass. Like I see this in Dark Souls all the time. because Lune streams Dark Souls, and they've been doing it for a long time. And they're not a pro by any means, but they get invaded sometimes, and all the invaders they get are like really cool and really wholesome and helpful. And then they throw poop at Zix and give Lune like, I don't know, 99 embers or something. Dark Souls too, like Dark Soup. Yeah, Dark Soup. I think they're gonna go through all the Souls games, like Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Sekiro. I'm gonna be watching for that Sekiro, and Elden Ring, and when possible, Bloodborne. Yeah. Wouldn't that just be filling the bin with water? Oh, there's the back. Yeah. It's a shame like Sekiro doesn't have multiplayer. If it did, I might have like considered asking for it a bit more. Oh, when Silksong comes out, that's all your free time is going. Yeah, about that. About that. I'm also waiting for Silksong, believe it or not. Anyway, yeah, you said you I gotta see this time lapse. Nice. Yeah, so when I first discovered Myriad the Giraffe, I think I also found them because they were playing Hollow Knight. And at the time, I was like a big Hollow Knight person. Like, I was a small streamer who was big on Hollow Knight. And I was looking for like someone else playing Hollow Knight, and I found Myriad the Giraffe. I ran into them. And I don't think I remember why I stuck around so much. So much so that I became a VIP, which is really great. But I think they're really fun to be around. They're very entertaining. They're they're very good at being entertaining, which I hope I can do too. Just in a different way because I'm not exactly bullyable. Okay, let me read this thing. Super job on the playground, Dirt Finder. Looking at it now, I'll admit there may have been the odd flick of dirt here and there. And there aren't there just so many colors in this world. Too many, perhaps. Anyway, got those bleeding worry warts off my back, and for that I cannot thank you enough. Punching his cat? Yeah, am I reading that right? Your brother's getting told off for punching his cat? I need some context. Is it like a little bonk, or is like... Huh? I have a hard time imagining somebody like, boxing with a cat, but probably don't like box with your cat. Golf cart, detached house. Oh, there's the thing. Well, brat. Oops. Well, the golf cart's probably gonna be really fast, so I'll do this. Yeah, kids be like that. But, probably keep your cat safe, because I can tell you right now someone's soul is being injured hearing that news. Someone in addition to me. Yeah, Mayor Jeff Jefferson the 13th. I need you to clean my golf cart. You might have heard about my poor cat, Ulysses, going missing. We're all frantic with worry, what with the ceremony just around the corner. I swear I saw him on the golf course, frolicking on the lily pads in the lake by the 13th. Par 3 by Oscar the Birdie. By the time I realized it was just a boisterous carpet, it was too late. I slammed on the brakes and it went tumbling down the slope head over tail. Don't worry, docs have given me the all clear. Said they'd never seen anyone recover from such a minor incident in so little time, but the cart needs a hose down. I should catch most weirdest place you peed today. I mean, when you make your caption, you should probably make it something like, you know, something people are gonna look at, like, ideally twice. And I think that sort of fits the bill, if it's what you say. Anyway, I'm gonna rush down this golf cart. I mean, the weirdest place I peed today, my washroom, because that's the only place. Actually, okay, so I think every time I've gone to pee, it has always been like in a proper toilet with proper facilities. And I think I'm pretty glad about that. I like to remain civilized, thanks. I mean, do you want to go do that, or? I mean, if you gotta go, you should go, but if you don't, well, more power to you, I guess. Alright, I gotta see this time lapse. Wow. $100 for that. Looking at the golf cart now, it's almost like the whole thing never happened. You're a genius, Dirt Finder. Much obliged. Well, that went by so fast, I might just do another one. I'll see how I'm feeling after this one. See, cards on the table. We live at the old house of Esther Diath, the eccentric actress who played the Wicked Witch in the classic movie and vanished mysteriously in a national park. We know all the rumors surrounding the place, but we also know we've picked up an absolute bargain. We don't mind if the furniture moves around a little. That's just the next level of feng shui. But the grubby exterior is really getting to us, and all the other power washers in town are too scared to set foot in our yard. If you could help us out, we'd be eternally grateful. Uno mas. Uno mas? Okay, about this Uno mas thing. Is that a thing people say? Because I've heard multiple people say Uno mas. Like, a lot of people say Uno mas. Yep, Uno mas. Yeah, Spanish for one more. Anyway, I know there was like a Steam achievement for this place. I want to double check that quickly. Let's see. Pave the way. In the detached house, complete the pathway, driveway, and driveway edges first. Alright. So driveway, edges, pathway. Alright. Easy enough to understand. You might notice the odd, super weird, creepy sound on the outside of the house. It's nothing to worry about. Huh. If this were any other game, I would be worried about it. But according to Jenny's research, they've written in Enochian, the ancient language of the angels. If this were any other game, I think I would be worried about that. but I trust this is a chill game, and it's probably just decorative. Probably. Alright, now it's time for the driveway. I'm gonna go printer methods with this. Okay, so I call this going back and forth slowly. I call this the printer method because that's kind of what a printer does, I think. Six-hour mark. I've always said that I could easily go for marathon streams. Like, easily. The only thing stopping me is that, like, I don't know, the drive and motivation. Because normally, like, I would feel a little discouraged if I went for, like, many hours and, like, not no one really showed up. However, it is my birthday, first of all. I'm enjoying this game, secondly. And thirdly, I think I've had, like, a nice couple people show up today, so I can't complain about that. I think it's going pretty nicely. So, after I finish this level, I might consider like calling it there so I can actually like go shower and stuff. But we'll see. Maybe we'll do another Uno Mas, depending how I feel. But this one's probably gonna go faster than like the playground. Probably. Because like it's worth a little less money, so it must be a smaller job, right? That makes sense. These tiles look pretty clean, actually. I wonder if power washers are really this powerful, just like to turn a soiled driveway into something this pristine looking. I won't say probably not. It's probably just like, game design, showing you how clean you've made the place for satisfaction. Although I think I have seen like a couple like power washer videos and stuff. So maybe it actually is the case. Who knows? What else was I gonna say today? So for today I considered like compiling a whole like document about things to talk about and things to discuss. But for the most part, I think I've done fairly well, just like rambling on. I think it's in part due to the game, because this is just, I could not think of a more perfect game to just have a Zatsuran in, just chill. I've always been looking for more games to play. Ideally games that are easy to just ramble in, stuff. Oh, yeah, did a little curve. And I think Power Wash Sim fits the bill pretty well. This might be like the best rambling game that I have. Perfect for de-stressing. Perfect for after I play Pizza Tower and do like a little stressful speed run. High octane stuff. I got the Steam achievement. Okay, so I want to like leave this little sigil here. So I'll just like get the little corners off. There. Then I can get the... I'm feeling a little greeny. Okay, I need the yellow. I wonder if it's gonna like autocomplete the graffiti. It might not. Yeah, it did. It's a little bit of a shame. Kind of wanted to keep it there, but you gotta do the job and clean the place. Oh, and by the way, if you're still around, my friend responded to me asking them about the Milky Waifus thing, and they said, "I hope this is the moment I realize I'm old." About like Opie milkers, or is it a different thing? That's what they said. Because you want to be kept updated on that. So there you go. Okay. What if I do a little... use the turbo? Yeah, the turbo's good for the moss. I still think I like the yellow nozzle best though. It's like a little bit of AoE, but it's like still really strong. Okay, hang on. I want to like leave all the graffiti. And the extension for this. Wait, did they add more graffiti? Because I think I watched people do this level before, and it was only graffiti like on the garage. I don't remember like all the stuff on the side of the house here. That one, I think I could just glaze over that one. It's no problem. There. I always find like the edges of things are really, really tight and grimy. Well, but thankfully I have like the extension, so I don't have like the stubby. So and the sound is so just not. I just heard a strange sigh-like sounds. Spooky. Spooky. Nah, that's just me. That's the power washer. It's or the Northern Lights. In this time of year, in this location, in this time of day, localized entirely at this person's backyard. Isometric stretches. Okay, so you know that steamed ham meme, like that everyone knows about. I never like got into it. Like I know about it, but I haven't seen it enough to have the whole thing memorized, like some people do. I think a lot of people have the whole bit memorized, but I don't. It's because the other day, I think yesterday actually, I saw somebody made like a Beat Saber map, where it's just the steamed hams thing. I see ya, nerd. You know, you fit right in. You say Uno Mas, you call people a nerd. I don't have a lurk command, I should probably make that. But anyway, thanks for stopping by, thanks for the happy birthday wishes, sweet dreams and all that. I'm just gonna be spraying water for, well, till the end of time. Purgatory's looking real nice this time of season, this time of year. Basha. Fuchsia, Basha. Actually, I think fuchsia is a color. Oh, it's the fascia. That's what it's fascia. That's how you pronounce it. Because I studied architecture in high school. Nice stubby. I kind of like the long extension because I like having the long stick, but I like the stubby guns also pretty nice too. It has its own charms. I gotta get the underside of the whole thing and realize that. spacing a bit like around here. Alright, I think that's it. I think it just went around the corner. Bricks. It's probably around the side here, because I haven't been down here yet. I wonder, is the porch decking all like one cohesive unit? Because it looks like I feel like it has to be done per stair. But it might just be one object. Oh, it's the whole thing, I think. That's why it's nowhere close to done, because it's this whole deck. I'm thinking like after this one, I might actually call it after this one because like I would love to continue going like forever, except I feel like it's about this moment I can start to feel my voice go. And I have like I'm attending an event tomorrow, so I should probably not destroy my voice for that. Oh, Loon, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are still here, I appreciate it. But also after like I end and like shower and unwind and stuff, I gotta tell you a few things. A few things of positivity. I gotta share some positive words with you after the stream. I'll do this bit next. I wonder, what if I put on like different music? Because there is like a little like song I have in mind. It's called 10-hour Open Sesame Lo-Fi. And what it is, it's just like it is lo-fi, but the background is just like the one scene from SpongeBob where Patrick's trying to open the door and he's like, to open sesame. And he just stands in that pose with his arms held out in the open sesame pose, and then lo-fi plays for 10 hours. I hope that video still exists. I think it does. Back in the day, I had a bunch of like 10-hour SpongeBob memes, but a lot of them got like taken down for copyright, and they have come back and been re-uploaded by like the same person under like a really similar name, and it's most definitely the same guy. I gotta make myself a hot drink after this. I'm missing. I'm in my cheek. I'm missing so many spots. There. I think I want to just like auto complete all the graffiti because like it's like art to me. I want to like not destroy it. Porch looking nice. From my long shit, that weird rumbling noise. That's my power washer. Also on J. Oh, well, it was a washer, so I was half right. Oh, the top there counts the porch too. Let me get my parkour stool. I can't run with the stool. I can just like throw it pretty far. Okay, parkour stool. I feel like that's not intended, but it's not harmful to the game in any way. It's just, I kind of despise the ladder. Because it looked like it was so easy to fall off of. At least back in the day. I think they made an improvement to the ladder where like, because falling off of it too easily was like a common complaint, so they had to fix it. So maybe they like made it a lot better now. There was so much left. I gotta like put in like a suggestion because I think that system there could be improved a lot. That was like a quarter of this whole top roof gone, robbed. Well, while I'm up here, I might as well like get this little wall here. Actually, I should probably avoid talking too much now because like I need to preserve my voice for tomorrow. But I was just thinking, like, a while ago, I was craving like the Power Wash Simulator urge, and I didn't have the game. So what I did was I went onto Roblox, and I played like their Power Wash Simulator ripoff, which was pretty terrible actually. Like, okay, I'll outline why it's terrible. So they made it so like you had limited water, and then when you ran out, you had to like go to the ocean to fill it up. That was a problem because the ocean was deliberately placed like as far away as possible. And if you wanted to walk there and fill up your water, it would take like a minute to walk there. You stand in there for 30 seconds, and then you spend a minute walking back. And then you spend all your water in like a minute. So it's like really bad. But also, you had to unlock like the rotated nozzle. If you didn't unlock it, I think you were just stuck with like the vertical nozzle. And like if you paid a premium, you could unlock like a full circular nozzle that was like big and wide, like all around. It's a pretty terrible game. But that's what you see in Roblox like so much now. I should probably get the side of the house. I think I still left that, yeah. I might need the ladder for that actually. That's really tall up. Like maybe I can get away with the ladder. Yeah. Ladderless percent. So there are probably speedrun categories for this game. Like I know that there's probably like soap percent, soapless percent, something like that. I wonder if there's like ladderless percent. Or there probably isn't actually. Because I know later on like you get a whole scaffolding thing to yourself. And to have to like watch like the super high buildings without scaffolding, I don't even know if that's possible. Well, okay, it would be possible, but it'd be really like tedious. Because what I think you'd have to do is like you climb up to the top and like jump down and get like one stream on the way down, and then climb back up and repeat. So yeah, that's probably not a thing. I'm gonna need so much like hot drink after this. Thank God I'm already like halfway done. Oh, good thing I got the turbo nozzle. Just barely reach. Yeah, look at that circle. Give me the yellow. There's like this little intersection too. Can't forget that. Okay. Oh, good thing. How do, Dirt Finder? I got a real doozy for you. Can you spare a minute? That's over at the recreational grounds. Martha Hubbard, hello, it's the Grime Bandits. I just helped my poor little play school. I don't know if I remember what those ones are. Oh, okay, let me go around the volcano. Let's see, we went down there to enjoy a smoky sunset, and Jenny just saw a UFO pop out the top and disappear before you could say, look, a UFO, where? Oh. I'll probably find out more about that. What if I got to clean a UFO? What if there's a UFO level? There's gotta be, right? Like they wouldn't have that and not have UFO level, right? That'd be really funny. I should probably get the long extension for this. stretch. Oh. The rest of the wall. Go under there. There we go. Well, thank you. Welcome in, and also thank you for the happy birthday. Yeah, I'm thinking this is gonna be the last level I'm gonna do for the night, because I've been going for like nearly 7 hours, and I can feel my voice starting to go. So for this last little bit, I'm gonna take it easy. But thank you. I appreciate the happy birthday. Yeah, I got Power Wash Simulator for my birthday from a friend, so I thought, why not? Oh hey. Oh hey, great have Lavrelius. Good to see you here. I didn't think you'd be a fan of non-Dark Souls things. Oh, by the way, I gotta say thanks for, like, you know, treating Loon with so much respect and giving them so many hats. Thanks for not kicking their ass on site. Yeah. Yeah, well, I appreciate you showing up. I think it's been a good day. Good birthday. I'm always a big fan of the big hats. I don't know if you've seen it, but Loon's model has like a big hat, a big witch hat that I made for her. It doesn't come out very often, but it is a beautiful hat. I gotta ask her to show it sometime. How big? Well, actually, I have the hat myself. Like, since I made it, I have the file, so I could, like, put it on maybe. PNG image, open folder. Accessory. Actually, I wonder, maybe I may or may not show it off. I made the hat. The model's made by some other guy. But you don't see them very often, so you probably won't get to meet them anytime soon. Actually, maybe you'll just have to like show up next time and ask Loon to show off the hat. Because it is like an accessory, so you can like scale it however big you want. Yeah. Yeah. I was friends with like the person who made it. Like, it was a really it's a really great model. Probably some of their best work so far. Though they've probably improved since then. They could probably build a better model by now. Actually, the same person made my model too. Yeah. Originally, like, they made it like for fun. I never thought like I'd actually be using it for streaming, but I had it when I started streaming, so I thought, why not? And that's sort of what made me decide to like be a VTuber. Yeah. Sometimes I might consider like making my own like assets and stuff. Cause like I have the project files because you know it was a gift for me. And I might consider like doing something like that. I considered putting on like a party hat on my model, but I forgot. So I just have to settle for like this little, this tiny cake, this fake PNG of a cake with a white background. I thought it was funny. It's not a stream without a little bit of scuff, you know? Yeah. I was looking for like a cake PNG, like I couldn't find one, so I just took like whatever fake PNG I could find. I thought the stuff was funny anyway. Yeah. I think like the person who made my model also considered becoming a VTuber. I think I saw the model they had planned for themselves, and it looks absolutely stunning. Like I don't know if they've actually started yet. I don't think they have, or else I probably would have heard about it, or I would have known. But I hope they do. I want to see the kind of things they get up to. Alright. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the happy birthday. Enjoy. Enjoy your big hats. Happy hat hunting to you. Yeah. I'll see you in Loon Stream next time. I'm sure. Oh, I should have made like a little redeem for like a happy birthday thing and like make a little sound effect or something. I should have done that. Like make it play like a little like you know confetti porn or something. What's that thing called? Like you blow into it and it makes like the classic party sound. I forgot that's what that's called. That's how you know I'm getting old. I forgot how to party. Did I ever truly know how to party? Am I going to waste away my life having never partied hard once? Probably. But that's alright. I gotta go back to my parkour stool. Don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but I've looked at the symbols you found on the side of the house you're working on. Turns out they're just builder's diagrams telling the plumber where to put the gap for the overflow pipe. Oh. Well, it's fun to believe in magic. Magic only exists if you don't believe in it. So believe it. Big roof time. Almost done. Well, look at the long. stubby. I was hoping I'd finish before I hit 7 hours, but not quite gonna make it. But I am pretty close. There's still all that down there. Almost there. Go. All right. What's left? I was gonna spend like 5 minutes walking around looking for that last bit. Two wooden gems left. Not even just one. I'm highlighted, right? Parkour ladder. At the back. I was kidding when I said like I'd walk around for 5 minutes looking for this thing. Wooden trims. That'd have to be like a window or something, right? Let me think. Oh, I see it. I see both of them actually. Oh, well, I see the problem now. Yeah. Well. There we go. See that time lapse. That house looks amazing, almost normal. You know what is strange though? As you're finishing, there was this screech from the attic, so I opened the latch and something whooshed past my face, followed by a grubby gray feather, floating mysteriously down. I think it was Esther's soul leaving, finally at peace. Anyway, 7 hours. I think time to read out. Let's see. If there's anybody I know. More birthday wishes. Anyway, I've got it. Let's see. Bastion Blue Succubus 87. It's been a while since I rated them. Anyway, yeah. So, I'm not playing on a stream tomorrow, but I might have a gorilla stream. We'll see. I don't know if anyone's still here, but if you are, thanks for showing up to my 7-hour birthday stream. playing Power Wash Simulator. I gotta do this more often. Anyway, my throat's gonna be really sore tomorrow because I'm talking for 7 hours. But anyway, that's all. Thanks for the happy birthday wishes. I wish you all the best.